All right, great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessica Ramos. I'm the New York State Senator representing District 13 in Queens, which includes the neighborhoods of Jackson Heights, Corona, East Elmhurst, and as well as parts of Astoria, Woodside, and Elmhurst. As the senator representing this area, I represent the largest share of taxi drivers in New York City. These folks are my neighbors. Our kids go to school together. I'm very proud of the work that they do in order to provide for their families and in order to take New Yorkers where they need to go. But unfortunately, taxi drivers and owners have been going through a very difficult time, not just because of the pandemic, but years before the pandemic, actually. Uh, and with regard in particular to yellow taxi medallion owners, the value of those medallions has plummeted because of speculative loan bubbles that depended on the medallion value going up, and the unchecked growth of gig companies such as Uber and Lyft coming in right shortly thereafter really did our industry in. Taxi medallions, which were once bought at a value of $1.3 million in 2013, before crashing in late 2014, were being sold for as low as $110,000. Now, the average owner driver debt is of $500,000 with a monthly payment of around $2,900. Nearly 1,000 taxi drivers have already filed for bankruptcy. Many of these drivers were and are still struggling to survive because they were led towards unsustainable loans in a changing economic landscape. The crippling stress of this debt and the demand of the job has not only led to poor physical health outcomes for our drivers, but has also been cited as a reason for driver suicides over the past few years. In 2020, of course, when the pandemic hit, uh, the conditions for our drivers were only exacerbated, and it began to reveal some new ones as well. From April to June 2020, yellow cabs have faced a 92% drop in daily trips. Green cabs have seen an 85% decrease and a 66% decrease for hire vehicles, meaning Uber and Lyft drivers. So, as the chair of the Labor Committee, my goal is, of course, always to improve the lives of working New Yorkers. And our state has long been failing to address the needs of taxi and delivery drivers. So, today, I'm very proud to say, joined by my colleagues, Senator Tim Kennedy, who chairs the Transportation Committee and has impeccable timing, and Senator Leroy Comrie, who chairs the Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions Committee. The three of us have joined forces to hold this hearing today and understand the scope of the issue with our taxi drivers here in New York State. So before we begin, I want to give a few minutes to both Senator Kennedy and Senator Comrie to share a few words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Ramos. And I want to recognize Chairman Comrie and Senator Liu and Senator Prasad. Queens is in the House, I think it's safe to say. We're here for this very important meeting here today in this hearing. I would like to also recognize the ranker of the Transportation Committee, Senator Joe Griffo, who unfortunately cannot be here, but he did let us know that his staff is listening in and relaying information back to him. I want to thank in advance all of the individuals and the people who will be hearing from today to learn more about this critical topic. Obviously, there's no doubt that the taxi industry across this entire state, but particularly in New York City, was struggling even prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. and expanded transportation systems and options and overheated medallion resale market that was subject to a bubble and various economic downturns over the years have put extreme strain on your taxi industry, which is important to all of us across this state and especially to our economy. And it's clear that the value of medallions, specifically in New York City, have declined significantly, putting financial strain on the medallion owners. Many have accumulated massive debt, have had to sell medallions or vehicles or declare bankruptcy. And unfortunately, this has taken a terrible mental health toll on taxi owners and drivers and families. Suicide rates have never been higher. That is tragic and it's unacceptable. In fact, I carry a bill to examine the suicide rates among taxi drivers and offer solutions to that problem. But we don't necessarily need a study to examine these issues. And it's clear that medallion prices were artificially inflated from a variety of factors, including subprime lending and oversaturation, and it's helped contribute to where we currently are. New York City medallions were worth in the past over $1 million. Today, many of those are valued at under $200,000, leaving these medallion owners, who are often immigrants with hefty debt that they can't repay, simply by selling their medallion. And so across the state, drivers are working more and more hours for less pay, making it harder to feed their families, put a roof over their heads, and enjoy the basic necessities of life. And it's become apparent that this pandemic has had a drastic impact on both the taxi driver and for hire industry, especially for its drivers, and the impact of which we are still assessing. And so again, I want to thank everybody for playing a role here today. I'm very glad to have the opportunity to hear from the stakeholders here across all areas, from the drivers to the owners, downstate and upstate, to learn firsthand about the issues that are being faced and your families are dealing with, and help us to come up with solutions and inform us about the problems so we can work together to get in a better place. So thanks again for convening this and being a part of this today. I'm honored to play a role. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Senator Comrie.
Thank you, Senator Ramos, Senator Kennedy, Senator Liu, Senator Prasad, and I can't see everyone that's joined on the Zoom, but thank you all for participating. I want to thank Senator Ramos for suggesting this hearing. It's long overdue. We've been trying to hold it since last year when we, and even the year before when we first became aware of all of the issues and problems that are befalling our taxi cab industry. I want to just echo and say ditto to everything that Senator Ramos and Senator Kennedy has said about the history of the industry and where we are today with the medallions, but also just want to emphasize, one particular issue, that many of these drivers who live in my district, I think I have the second highest amount of drivers that live in my district in Queens, are suffering because of the way the loans were structured, and they were structured in a way that a lot of them who were taking a loan for the first time had no idea that they were going to be in such dire straits because of the way the loans were structured. So I really want to hope that this hearing delves into that in detail so that we can talk about that and talk about the things that we can do as legislators to help ameliorate that in every way possible. Senator Ramos currently has a taxi medallion guarantee program, which I'm proud to support. I want to also hope that we can explore a full relief package that targets all aspects of small businesses so that we can get them the protections and resources they need to recover, and especially our taxi drivers and our for-hire vehicles. I've been outreached to by other for-hire vehicles as well to talk about their issues too. I know that because of the limitations of today's hearing, everyone won't be able to testify that want to testify about their problems in the transportation industry. I look forward to working with everyone here to try to figure out how we can help businesses in general. So I think that we have this hearing will be the start of concrete action on not only to keep the industry alive, but to make sure that we can ensure that we can help you to do everything you can to maintain your quality of life for your families as well, and also help you with any emotional and mental issues, that we can make sure that we are creating an opportunities for you to be aware of all the state resources around that as well. So I want to thank all of our staffs for putting this together. I look forward to your testimony, and I'm going to turn it back over to Senator Ramos.
All right. Thank you, Senator Comrie. I want to recognize, of course, Senators John Liu and Roxanne Prasad, who are also here and will participate in the hearing. I have a few housekeeping rules to share. As you may have noticed, if you put us in grid view, we have a virtual clock of the webinar, and my team will be running this clock. It counts down all the way to 0 and then flashes red to let people know when their time has expired. Every speaker will have 5 minutes for testimony. Every senator will receive 3 minutes for questions. Members with questions, please raise your hand via Zoom and we will create the speakers list. Now I want to welcome, hold on, I have to go in between documents here. Now I want to welcome the first panel here to testify today. And of course, I like to start with those who are closest to the pain, who are experiencing this issue. With us is the New York Taxi Workers Alliance, a worker organization that represents taxi workers in New York. I want to welcome Muhammadu Aliyu. He is an owner driver from the Bronx. Richard Chow, who is an owner driver from Staten Island. Luis Kishpi, who is an owner driver from Corona, Queens. And I will be translating for Luis where necessary. MD Islam, who is a green cab driver from Jackson Heights. Hi, neighbor. Jarenton Munoz, livery driver from Brooklyn. Amara Sanogo, Uber driver from the Bronx. And Bhairavi Desai from the Taxi Workers Alliance. Welcome all. And I guess, Muhammadu, you can kick us off. Don't forget to unmute yourself. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Jessica Ramos. Thank you to all the senators over there. This is more than a privilege. It's even an honor to be here. Before coming here, I submit a writing testimony because I think the time won't be enough for me to really go deep in it. But I have a writing testimony that I invite everyone to go and take a look up. That being said, we've been to Albany so many times. That's why today I'm really pleased to be here because we never get a chance to meet all of you personally, but we've been to Albany so many times with New York Taxi Worker Alliance. The situation we are right now, everybody should know by now. If you are in New York, you should know what's going on within our industry, what's going on with our situation. This is a dying situation. We are dying. Nine of our fellow committed suicide because this is not supposed to happen here in America, and especially in New York. We have been taken advantage of because the only crime committed here, we are immigrants. Otherwise, this is not acceptable, period, plain and simple. We ask for help. We beg for help. We dying. We crying for help. We went all over. We have been denying justice. We have been denying help because what we went through is unspeakable. No way in America this should have been allowed. No way in this great country this should have happened. Action is needed. Action is needed now because the city say they don't have enough money. Now everyone knows by now money is coming in. And this is the last turning point. For my personal view, I think if I don't get no help now, I'm finished. I'm done. I came here in 1994 in pursuit of a better life. And I was living a better life. I was having my dream. I was living it fully. Until a nightmare started in 2013. I have 4 kids. I work very hard. When I was getting into this industry with ownership, I never thought about the financial. I don't know none of that. But my dream was to own a medallion, to own this piece. Because when I look at people before me that own one, they was doing great. worth less than $100,000. What am I supposed to do after putting over 20 years in this industry? This is all I know. This is all I believe in. Without that forgiveness, I'm done. I'm finished. But this is not acceptable. I'm calling on every one of you here today to think about tomorrow, what the history will remember of you, what you did when we were going through this, because we are immigrants, but we are citizens. We are part of this great nation. We vote for you to represent us, include the mayor. You can fail us. You can't let us down because we're down for no fault committed on our own. We went all over places. Our story is not new. You may go back and Google Muhammadu Aliyu. You will see how much I've been crying because of my family, my little kids. I'm a 2 years old, a 4 years old, a 6 years old girl, a grown up, and which I have to take care of. He's 27 years old. I work hard because I want a better tomorrow for my family. And now everything is being taken away from me. I've been robbed. I felt like violated. This is not acceptable one more time because I know this is America. I want you to think about tomorrow, what history will remember about you while Yellow Cab were going through this. Because if action is not taken, let's say you don't take no action, you just leave it like this. Believe me, take it from Muhammadu Aliyu. There is no tomorrow for Yellow Cab. Forget about it. It won't be no tomorrow for Yellow Cab. That's it. Not only that, over 6,000 owner drivers going through hardship. So I really urge the Senate to take action because New York Taxi Worker Alliance, which I'm a proud member of, I put a beautiful plan, a reasonable campaign, something we've been working on the last 2 years in order for us to come out of this crisis, to come out of this pain, to come out of this struggling, to come out of this deep suffering. Believe me, I'm suffering so much. The pain I have is unbearable. I say it time and time over. There is no day I don't think about committing suicide. Yes. The only thing that stopped me from doing so is the little kids. How in the world an immigrant from the Ivory Coast come here, make it happen, and then someone come from nowhere, and then wipe it away, and then take it away? That's not acceptable. People before me drove Yellow Cab. They did better. They did way better. There is nothing wrong with driving Yellow Cab, working hard in this country and making it happen. There is nothing wrong with that. Why today the system allows people from not within the industry to come and take away everything we work? So sometimes I go out 3 days before I won my medal. 3 days I don't get back home. And when I go home, when I get back home to sleep, I sleep 24 hours. I do not work. I don't open my eyes. So why in the world will you allow this injustice to keep on going on and on and on after 9 fellow people committed suicide? I'm begging you. I'm crying. I'm asking for help. Please help us with this beautiful plan from New York Taxi Worker Alliance, which is our loan will be reduced to $125,000. Instead of me having $632,000, $125,000 with a monthly payment of $757 for next 20 years. With the rate of 4%, fixed rate of 4%. Because when I was coming in here, my old dream was just to hold a medal. Whatever come behind us, I don't really know much of it. But I really knew
Mr. Aliyu,
What is the medallion we have been
Mr. Aliyu, thank you so much
Yes,
for your testimony. Your 5 minutes expired a while ago, and I mean, given the I'm sorry, given the sensitivity of your remarks, I let you go a little over. But I do want to caution all of the drivers and everyone testifying today. We have many people testifying. Please respect the 5-minute mark so that we can get to everyone in a timely way. Thank you, Mr. Aliyu.
Thank you,
Richard
ma'am.
Chow,
Thank you,
you're
ma'am.
next.
I'm done. Thank you.
Mr. Chow.
You're fine. You're fine. Sit there. Stay there. Yeah, I can see you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Take the mask off.
So you can hear me, see? Yeah, okay. So good afternoon, Senator Ramos and all the senators. Give me the chance to testify today, and I'm very glad to, say honestly from from my bottom of my word how I'm going to say something the truth. So my name is Richard Chow. I'm a New York Taxi Wallet Alliance member. I'm 62 years old and I'm the owner driver. I have been driving Yellow Cab for 15 years. I'm immigrant from Myanmar. I save my money earning from my blood, sweat, and tears, and I purchased a medallion for $410,000 in 2006 from the New York City auction. So the medallion is the city's owned it. I believe and trusted the New York City. That's why I put all my money in, bought the medallion. I believe I could work hard and make a good living until I was retired, 65 years old, and I will retire. I bought the medallion at first. I made the money. I made the American dream. I made a good living for my family as a driver. After my brother saw me, my brother Kenny saw me, I was doing very good. So a few years later, he began saving his money earned from his blood, sweat, and tears, and he purchased a medallion, $700,000 in 2009. I repeat again, $700,000 in 2009. Things were great at first, but then years later, TSC allowed Uber, Lyft, and other e-hail take all our business. The Kenny not make money, so he didn't pay back the medallion loan. So he faced financial hardship in 2018. 9 drivers committed suicide, including my brother Kenny Chow. My brother Kenny Chow committed suicide near Grace Mansion Mayor House, near the East River. I was heartbroken. I lost my dear brother. Now my medallion is under the water. Now I have heavy debt. I'm very devastated and struggling. I lost my retirement. I lost my stable income. I'm below the minimum wage. I lost everything. The city and the lender, the broker, inflated the medallion value. They make a lot of money from the poor immigrant. The city recklessly allowed the Uber, Lyft, and the e-hail to flood the street and no regulation. At the same time, the Yellow Cabs were under very heavy regulation. But the Yellow Cabs lost the exclusive right also. We are not making enough money to pay back the medallion loan. So many Yellow Cab owner driver, late 60 and 70 years, or they are still driving. they should be retired because they don't make money. That's why they stay driving. So that's they lost their retirement also. We want the debt forgiveness. Without the debt forgiveness, 6,000 medallion owner cannot survive. Medallion could be facing the foreclosure and bankruptcy. They could lose their home and then they will be homeless. It's time to bring the lender, NYDUA, city council member, and state level politician to be to the table, solve this crisis, please. The city should act like best stop loan, refinance the program, 125K, 757 a month, payment no more than 4% interest rate, and fixed 20 years. This will bring down the debt and the rest of it will be forgiven. The city controller also support the NYDUA proposal. It will cost the city 75 million over the next 20 years. Yes. Give me a little.
Your time is up. I'll let you finish your sentence.
Yeah, please, just a few seconds. Now it's a risk and low cost for the city. It's going to save the 6,000 medallion owner and then their family. Mayor de Blasio promised again and again to help us, the driver. Democracy win the Washington, D.C., Senate, and Congress. He will help us, the driver. We will remember the mayor promise. Please help us push the mayor to the right thing. We need help. Help the driver. The life.
I'm sorry, a couple of things, because this is out of order. Mr. Chow, thank you for your testimony. You've crossed the limit of time, unfortunately. I was going to ask Muhammadu to mute himself, but I see he has so already. Please, if you're not speaking, please mute yourself so that we're only listening to one person. And again, please remember, you only have 5 minutes. Thank you. Señor Kishpi, sigue usted. Bien, pueda leer su testimonio. And by Ravi, you are going to be reading his testimony in English?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Señor Kishpi, dele.
En español,
Sí.
Señores senadores, buenas tardes, senadoras, Congreso. Mi nombre es Luis Kishpi, nací en Ecuador, me mudé a Queens, Nueva York en 1981 cuando tenía 25 años. Desde que me mudé a la ciudad de Nueva York a principios de los 80, Corona Queens ha sido mi hogar. Es donde crié a mi familia y donde sigo viviendo hoy. Soy propietario de Conductor Medallón de la ciudad de Nueva York. Conduzco un taxi amarillo desde hace 14 años. No comencé como taxista. Después de emigrar a la ciudad de Nueva York, a mediados de mis 20, trabajé en varios trabajos. Trabajé como ayudante de camarero, muchos restaurantes de la ciudad antes de ascender hasta convertirme en cocinero. A principios de la década de 2000 obtuve una licencia de taxista otorgado por Taxi Limousine Commission y comencé a conducir un taxi amarillo. Trabajaba turno era de 5 a.m. a 5 p.m. Al principio alquilé mi taxi amarillo en un garaje de Queens a ser el conductor de arrendamientos. Tenía sus propios desafíos. Salía de mi casa a las 4:30 de la mañana y tomé el tren para ir a trabajar en el garaje. No importaba el clima, tenía que llegar en el garaje antes de las 5 de la mañana si quería conseguir un coche para el día. Si quería un automóvil limpio, pero no tuviera demasiados problemas, sabía que debía darle una propina al dispatcher, $5 al pagar el costo del arrendamiento por el día. Este garaje en particularmente también tenía una estación de servicio, por lo que tenía que darle una propina al encargado de la estación del servicio para que llenara mi auto la gasolina a tiempo para poder salir a la carretera antes de amanecer. Llegaba a Manhattan a las 6:30 de la mañana. Para empezar, los primeros años fueron desafiantes. Tenía mucho que aprender, la mapa de la ciudad, de las leyes de tránsito, los patrones de tránsito, de camino, toma que en el momento, en cuál evitar en otros momentos. Pero después de pruebas y errores costosos gané la experiencia, las cosas mejoraron. Trabajé 12 horas, 6 días a la semana durante 3 años. Los domingos, el único día libre, pasaba tiempo con mi familia, ayudando a cualquier cosa de la casa, lavar la ropa. También me encanta cocinar, cocinaba comida para toda la familia. Alrededor de 2006 recibí una carta de Taxi Limousine Commission sobre una subasta de medallón accesible de sillas de ruedas. Me dijeron que tenía que depositar $25,000, pero solo tenía 5,000 en ahorros. En ese momento todo el mundo te decía que un medallón era una gran inversión. El valor seguía subiendo también. De ser una gran inversión, también sabía que esta sería una oportunidad para mí, para ser un propietario, un jefe. Y ya no tendría que lidiar con los viajes del tren, ir a las 4 de la mañana, las estaciones de los garajes, las propinas. Entonces, estaba decidido a invertir en un medallón. Después de todo, era un trato con la gran capital del mundo. Con el fin de obtener el resto de los $25,000, llevé máximo todas mis tarjetas de crédito. Lo que me dio es $18,000 adicionales, y una de mis hijas ayudó con el resto. Me convertí en un propietario de medallón en 2006. Después de obtener mi medallón, pude ganar suficiente dinero para pagar mi hipoteca. En este momento era $2,730 al mes. Tenía la experiencia para hacer el trabajo. Había suficientes carreras para hacer que las matemáticas funcionaran. Las carreras empezaron a empeorar después que Uber llegó a la escena. Las carreras
Bueno, gracias, don Luis. Ya expiraron los 5 minutos. Bhairavi, you're going to read his testimony?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Luis Kishpi. I was born in Ecuador. I moved to Queens, New York in 1981 when I was 25 years old. Since moving to New York City in the early 80s, Corona, Queens has been my home. It is where I raised my family and where I continue to live today. I am a New York City medallion owner driver. I have been driving yellow taxi for 14 years. I did not start out as a taxi driver. After I immigrated to New York City in my mid-20s, I worked various jobs. I was a busboy in many restaurants in the city before working my way up to become a cook. In the early 2000s, I got a hack license from the Taxi and Limousine Commission and began driving a yellow cab. I worked the day shift, which was from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. At first, I leased my yellow cab from a garage in Queens. Being a lease driver had its own challenges. I would leave my house at 4:30 in the morning and take the train to go to the garage. It did not matter what the weather was like. I had to get to the garage before 5 a.m. if I wanted to get a car for the day. If I wanted a clean car, that did not have too many issues, I knew to tip the dispatcher $5 on top of paying the cost of my lease for the day. This particular garage also owned a gas station, so I also had to tip the gas station attendant to get my car filled up in time so that I can hit the road before sunrise. I would arrive in Manhattan closer to 6 a.m. to start my day. The first couple of years were challenging. I had so much to learn: the map of the city, traffic laws, traffic patterns, which road to take at times, which time, and which to avoid at other times. But after trials and costly errors, I gained the experiences and things got better. I worked 12-hour days, 6 days a week for about 3 years. On Sundays, my only day off, I spent time with my family. I would help with the laundry. I also loved to cook, so I would make food for the whole family. Around 2006, I received a letter from the TLC about an auction for a wheelchair accessible medallion. After all, it was like a contract with the great capital of the world. I was told that I needed to put down $25,000, but I only had $5,000 in savings. At the time, everyone would tell you that a medallion was a great investment. The value kept going up. Aside from being a great investment, I also knew this would be an opportunity for me to be my own boss. I would no longer have to deal with the 4 a.m. train rides and the extortions from the garages. So I was determined to invest in the medallion. In order to get the rest of the $25,000, I maxed out all of my credit cards, which gave me an additional $18,000. And one of my daughters helped out with the rest. I became a medallion owner in 2006. After getting my medallion, I was able to earn enough to pay my mortgage, which was $2,730 a month at the time. I had the experience to do the work, and there were enough rides to make the math work. Things started to get bad after Uber arrived on the scene. The rides started to dry up. Over time, things got worse for all of us in the taxi industry. By 2019, I was no longer able to pay my medallion mortgage and the other expenses. I had to borrow money from credit cards in order just to survive. Ultimately, I entered into a deal with my lender where I was able to pay half the mortgage each month, and the remaining half was tacked onto the principal. While that arrangement gave me a little breathing room, I was still struggling to make ends meet, and I worry about how much of my future I have given up in that exchange. These are not fair choices for us to have to make. Then the coronavirus pandemic hit New York City. I completed my last ride on March 18th, 2020. Soon after, I was diagnosed with COVID. Thankfully, I did not have to be hospitalized. I remained home and did not work for months. I stopped making mortgage payments entirely. Eventually, I was able to get unemployment after many months of waiting. I used the money I received to pay for my living expenses, credit card payments, and car insurance. Even though I did not use my car for months, I still had to pay for insurance. I did not receive enough money from unemployment to cover my expenses. I had to go back to work to try to supplement my income from unemployment. Because I was earning more than $504 a week in gross income, I no longer qualified for unemployment. This was truly unfortunate because after expenses, my take home was around $600 a week. I lost all of my unemployment because I was earning $100 more than the limit, while at the same time, the unemployment money was not enough for me to live on. Things have to change for us taxi drivers. The proposal from NYTWA would make it possible for us to survive. I'm 65 years old. I love driving a taxi in New York City. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I hope you will do everything in your power to support
Thank you
us.
for translating by Ravi. Up next is my Jackson Heights neighbor, MD Islam. Mr. Islam.
Thank you.
Mr. Islam, I think you have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you. There you go. How are you, Mr. Islam? Welcome.
Good. I'm good. My name is MD Islam. I am Green Cab driver and a member of the New York Taxi Worker Alliance. I live in Jackson Heights, Queens. I was born in Bangladesh and come to US 2006. I am 35 years old. I live with my wife and 2 daughters and my father. And my daughter one is 3 and other one is 9 years old. I started driving around 2016 or 17. Most of this time, I have driven a green cab. I used to drive a yellow cab, and I have also driven for Uber sometimes. I bought a permit to drive a green cab because I wanted to make more money. My friends told me about the green cab permits. They had already through them and were making more money. I was leasing a yellow cab and thought I could make more money if I bought a permit for the green cab for the first year. I did make more money, but now I don't. I make less than was I was driving yellow cab. Some of my friends ended up selling their cars because they were not making a money either. I tried to make more money, but working for Uber too. But passenger complaining that I was using a green cab, so I had to stop. I tried access a ride, but make less than would I make a regular customer. It is about 50% less than a regular customer. So I stopped there doing it because I did not make sense. I have been I have seen the impact how many cars there are on the road has had on business and my income. You used to be able to go out and make 2 to 300. Now I make 150. Over the years, my income has declined. I work the same years every years, but in 2017 I had make about like 55,000. 2018 I made 35,000, and in 2019 I made it 21,000. Then I had to stop working eitherly because of the pandemic. I am only getting $182 a week in unemployment. My wife does not work either. I stopped working last March, but I have tried to go back to work a few times. In November, I started a job with the US Space Postal Service, but after 2 months, they laid off me. After that, I tried to go back to the driving, but I was not able to get enough passenger. So I had to go back to unemployment. I tried to go back to driving in January, but drop of 4 or 5 days I try. I got so few passengers that I did not make any more money. The pandemic has been really upsetting. There are lots of mental pressure. If I work, I could give the virus to my family, but there are economic pressure too. I am 2 months behind or on rent. My landlord personally come to my door to ask for it. I still have to pay my car insurance too, even though I am not working. I pay $573 a month to my insurance company, American Transit. I have called it to the company and asked if they can help, but they said they cannot do anything. I am not working, but they would not give me a discount or anything less else. Last year, my insurance went up from around like 300 a month. Now is 573. I did not have any accident or anything. I told them I want to insurance for a green cab, not a black car, but they did not care. And now they would not give me any discount. I have called them a few different times, but they never listen. So I still have to pay the full cost even though I am not working. I did not apply to the economic injury disaster loan or EIDL. I got the $1,000 advance, but then I was only approved for a 6,000 when through I have the high credit score.
Thank you, Mr. Islam.
I'm sure why I was approved for money. Thank you for taking the time to have this hearing. Drivers are faces with many issues, especially during the pandemic. I appreciate this chance to talk to you
You're
about
welcome,
that. I hope the
Mr.
Senate
Islam.
work with the union to protect the driver.
Yes,
Please.
yes, thank you. Next up, we have Jarrington Munoz. Mr. Munoz?
I'm here.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. You?
I'm okay, go ahead.
Well, my name is Jarrington Munoz. Thank you, everybody, for hearing me. Let's cut this down to the chase. 1999, took out my hack license. I was just, 19 years old. Money was good working in the yellow taxi industry. Then Uber came along. Everything went downhill. But before that, the yellow industry was going downhill no matter what. Why? They were charging for extra drivers that we had to put on for driving. For example, I was a driver, DOV. I own my vehicle, but during that time, I had to have another driver to work the day shift since I worked the night shift. And they started charging $25 extra, then $50 extra, and then $100 extra a week. And then a credit card came along that we had to go to the company and get the money. But meanwhile, we had to pay the driver that was working the day shift every week. I have to pay him. You know, it wasn't no direct deposit, none of that. So it made it even worse. Then Uber came along, made it nice and simple, nice and beautiful. Yes, we made a lot of money. In 2013, that's when I started with Uber. But again, at the end of the year, $15,000 that I had in the bank had to go to the IRS. So and also they were, but Betty by their side was saying, listen, they stealing from the drivers a long time ago, and you guys never listen. This is a circle. We keep saying the same thing over and over again, and you guys never listen. Don't pay attention. We do this, you guys never pay attention. For example, look at this morning. I worked the night shift. 5 o'clock, I work in the livery right here in Manhattan. I started off to make $140 last night. I had to leave my house at 5 p.m., finish at 5 in the morning and come to bed at 10 in the morning. And at 1, I had to get up and do this meeting for $140. Why? Because the city decided, once a week cleaning, nobody moves the cars. So who cares, right? Look for parking, who cares? So from 5 a.m. to 9:30, I was stuck looking for parking. The pandemic came. We had to stop. It was basically ordered to stop. There was nobody in the street. So we stopped. We went on unemployment, but unemployment never came. It was like, it's a waiting game. So meanwhile, these bills are constantly coming in. The TLC is just here to collect money. It doesn't help you out. The insurance of the car, we have to pay that. Okay. So when the pandemic, I finally got the money, I was already working, cleaning trains at Euclid Avenue, the C train. So I lasted almost 5 months, between 4 or 5 months cleaning trains. Then they decided, we're cutting down the hours from 40 hours a week to 20. Guess what? Back to the livery. And if you have any questions, I'll answer it because I'm not going to keep on beating the dead horse here. So thank you, senators. Please act and listen to Vedavi. She knows this for years. She told you guys, she warned you guys that Uber was going to do this. You guys just took just shook your head or whatever you guys did. Didn't pay no attention. Did not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munoz. Up next, we have Mr. Amara Sanogo from the Bronx. He's an Uber driver. 5 minutes, Mr. Sanogo.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Amara Sanogo. I was born in Ivory Coast and came to United States in 2001. And I started, my aim to coming here was to go to school because I finished school back home. but only to find out getting here that things are different. So my alternative was to drive yellow cab. So I started driving yellow cab in 2006, and things was good at first, until Uber came to the field. Everything changed, and you could barely pay for the yellow cab lease. Sometimes you had to take money out of your pocket to pay for the lease. I didn't want to join Uber at first. I waited so long to join Uber because as a yellow cab, I believe in the industry because back home, in every Hollywood movie, we see yellow cab in it. It was like once in an iconic industry in New York City. That's losing right now. So I joined Uber in 2000, like 3 years ago, and I was able to finance my car, and I finished paying it last November. But still, I can only earn enough to pay for my expenses. No money in the bank, no money is saving. So it's very hard to save money because Uber is cheap. Uber is taking a lot of money out of the drivers while we cover all the expenses. Gas, lease, car payment, a lot of stuff. Uber doesn't pay anything. There are no expenses. So drivers are covering all the expenses, and they take a lot of percentage from the driver. Sometimes you don't even know what they charge the passenger. You don't even know how much they charge the passenger, let alone to calculate your money. So you can't calculate your money because you don't know how much they charge the passenger. So that's why we left. Now you can't fight Uber because they got so much money. They have money to corrupt the politician. You can't fight them. So what would you do? So we rely on you. As someone would say, John Maxwell, everything rises and falls with leadership, on leadership. If you got great,
Hey,
to help us.
now you're back.
What's that?
We lost you for a little while.
Yeah, okay. I'm calling on your leadership. And the second part of my hearing is like on TLC. That's another way of taking money from the driver. TLC got a lot of bad laws against that violent driver rights. They don't care about the Constitution. Your First Amendment, you cannot talk back to a passenger. You cannot talk back to anybody on the street. Even any driver on the street, they will report you to TLC, and TLC will send you a ticket, big fine, $1,000, $5,000, $500. Right now, I have a ticket before TLC because somebody reported me from the street. Another driver, he's not even my passenger, So that's another way of politicians to finance TLC, because they don't give no money to TLC. So TLC finance themselves. Can you imagine if the police officers will give ticket to black people? You ask police officers to give ticket to black people, to finance the police industry. Can you imagine that? That's what TLC is doing right now. They're putting big fine on drivers so they can finance, so they can balance the budget. They can finance themselves. That's what's going on right now. That's added up to Uber cheating on the drivers. So there's a lot of ways they're taking money from the drivers. So you have to you guys have to lead. It's like the tale of the two cities. The TLC, the drivers are minority, the black people are minority. So, but they're pinning each other against one another. They're pinning, minority against one another. Even though we all vote for one party, but they're pinning us against one another. As Martin Luther King would say, injustice anywhere, is threatful to justice everywhere. If you do injustice on driver, it will fall back on minority you're fighting for justice. Definitely, it will do that. So injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. You have to remember that. So you have to fight for minority in the taxi industry, so minority can join hands together to fight injustice at all, as a whole. That's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Amara. Thank you for your testimony. Bhairavi, your turn, so we can close out the panel and begin some questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Senator Ramos. Thank you, Senator Kennedy, and all the senators who've joined today. I'm Bhairavi Desai. I'm the executive director of the New York Taxi Workers Alliance. We are the union of drivers across this industry, no matter what they're driving. You know, the common thread of everybody that you've heard today is there's a real race to the bottom. It's been impossible for any one sector of drivers to survive. You know what we call basically the Ubernomics, where streets were flooded with vehicles, the rate of fares were brought down. And I mean, you look at Jarrington's story. By the time he had started, there were bonuses and incentives, and that's many thousands of drivers who invested into those vehicles to to start driving for these companies. Once they had enough cars, they then started to lower the rate of fare. And so you're facing more competition, and each trip you're earning less money. It's been a complete race to the bottom. The city of New York found by 2018 that over 80% of Uber Lyft drivers themselves were earning below minimum wage. We fought hard for a minimum wage rule. Still so much more to be done, particularly employment protections. During the pandemic, we've had to fight so hard for unemployment rights to be recognized, even though we won a ruling in 2018, definitive ruling, which found that Uber drivers to be employees under unemployment law. That was a case involving 3 of the Taxi Workers Alliance members. But because of the level of misclassification, which has been allowed in this industry, the level of political influence that these companies have, even in the middle of the pandemic, in this city, which is the epicenter of the pandemic, for a workforce which was on the front lines of those to be afflicted with COVID and among the first to die from COVID, we still had to go to federal court to get the Department of Labor to follow the law and recognize their own ruling that the drivers are actually employees. Meanwhile, from folks like Jarrington to so many other drivers, they had to find other work or continue to take the risks. We need to end the massive misclassification, settle these issues in this industry. You can hear the pain in the voices of our owner-driver members who've already spoken today. I don't have any more eloquence than they do, but all I can say to you is, if the city and the state do not act on the debt forgiveness, the floodgates of bankruptcies and foreclosures are going to be opened up. There are already so many drivers' families right now, I know you're going to hear from some of them later on, who are facing foreclosures of their homes. You're talking about men and women who invested into the city. You've heard it from Richard. It was the auction. Mr. Lewis said he got a letter from the TLC. There's a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigation by the New York Times, which is well documented, the role of the city and the state and the federal agencies, but particularly the city, in unleashing, the predatory lending, closing their eyes to it. The city made $850 million from auctioning off these medallions through the years. Banks who were no longer allowed to finance in the housing market because of their role in that crash were given a red carpet and entry into this industry, where they loaned primarily to immigrant low-wage workers who were made promises of golden honey by city officials. The same city officials who will fail your car because you don't have the right shade of yellow. Why on earth would any driver have believed that the TLC wouldn't have been able to control any predatory lending from others in the industry, when the level of power that they occupy in the lives, not just the imagination, the lived reality of drivers is so present? And yet today, we have the agency and the administration just still not acting. The mayor has said he will act on our proposal. Once the stimulus money comes in, that money is about to come in. We cannot wait one day longer. You are going to see not only foreclosures on the medallion because people cannot keep up with these payments, then they're going to be taken to court to have their homes and other assets be, foreclosed on. or they're going to be filing for bankruptcy. They've lost their retirement. They've been working under the minimum wage in a deep, deep poverty of arrears of average of $25,000 a year because they don't earn enough money on top of the $550,000 of medallion debt that they're carrying forward. This is a matter of urgency, our senators. We need you to show that moral leadership and carry forth with our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray Ravi. That was very good. I appreciate the, the timeliness. I know it's not easy, especially when we're sharing such heartfelt stories about the hardships our families are going through. I know all of you, and I'm speaking, of course, really to the drivers, all of you have been working so hard towards achieving the American dream for yourself and for your families. And meanwhile, gross speculation has really impacted your own economic stability. And, Bhairavi actually mentioned a big expose that the New York Times did on the taxi industry. And I actually want to share two quotes from that before we get into questions. It says, "The whole thing was like a Ponzi scheme because it totally depended on the value going up," said Haywood Miller, a debt specialist who has consulted for both borrowers and lenders. "The part that wasn't fair was the guy who's buying is an immigrant, maybe someone who couldn't speak English. They were conned." Another quote from that article says, "Almost every loan reviewed by the New York Times included a clause that spiked the interest rate to as high as 24% if it was not repaid in 3 years. Lenders included the clause called a balloon so that borrowers almost always had to extend the loan, possibly at a higher rate than in the original terms and with additional fees." So that gives you a picture, and I want to encourage everyone who is
She went out and says, "I want to encourage everyone something else."
We can't hear you, Jess.
I think we can all agree you felt subjected to predatory lending. Can you describe what that experience was like and whether you signed a confession of judgment within that contract? And that's for any of the drivers.
Want to speak, Richard?
What was the question?
I'm sorry, Senator Ramos, we lost you for a few minutes.
Oh, sorry. I was just asking about whether you signed a confession of judgment, and sort of if you can very briefly, within a few seconds, to talk about what the experience, when you approached the lender, or how did that even happen? Did the lender approach you? Did you approach the lender? Can you explain in detail what that experience was like?
Yes, I'm Richard Chow. When they refinanced my loan from the Melrose, when they refinanced the Melrose, I'm not hiring my lawyer. I cannot afford the lawyer. Only the bank, they have a lawyer. They just print out all the letter. They just sign this. And I'm not good in English. I don't understand. I just get a loan, refinance the loan. I just signed it. And then the letter after that, I found out the confession, the judgment is I defaulted. They're going to be assess my assets. They get to touch my house or anything. And I found out this is not acceptable. So they not explain to me. They asked me to just sign it, and they not explain me what is the letter for what the letter. They not explain to me. They asked me to just sign it. Now I found it a problem. So this is not. I'm not agreed that confession of judgment. So I need to the nation why to just try this is the law, or you got to do something for us. Otherwise, the whole 6,000 medallion family, us like me the same. We got a problem with a lot of driver. They own a house, so they're gonna be got a trouble with this confession of judgment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And do any of the other drivers or driver owners want to share their experience?
Actually, may I just jump in quickly? I think Mohamedou had we've lost the signal, but you know what, in our experience, what we found is that most of the owner drivers had no idea what the confession of judgment was. You really didn't see it until around after 2014, as the balloons would end. That's when the lenders would start sending letters saying, your total amount is due 450,000. You don't pay it in 2 weeks, we're going to go to court. And I know right now, in the middle of the pandemic, we have members who were foreclosed on, and because of the confession of judgment, those lenders went straight to the courts, got it stamped. They now have a lien on the driver's houses, and they can do up to 10, wage garnishings of up to 10%. It's life imprisonment. In debt. It's debtor's prison for life, unless we're able to really restructure these loans and address this issue.
Thank you. And for everyone at home, a confession of judgment is what allows a lender or the bank to take someone's property without going to court or having, to have any sort of due process. And this is why, I was asking about these confession of judgments, because of course, when some of our owner drivers have limited English, don't have access or the financial ability to hire a lawyer to assess them appropriately, this is when the banks and the predatory lending takes place and takes advantage of our folks. Thank you for your testimonies. I actually want to welcome State Senator Anna Kaplan, who has joined us, and I want to pass the mic on to Senator Tim Kennedy, who has a comment and a few questions of his own.
Yeah, I just want to recognize again, and it was part of my initial comments, but I just want to recognize all of you who have lost loved ones, especially you, Mr. Chow, your brother. Our sympathies and condolences are with you and your family. But to really, I know so many of you, you are a tight-knit bunch. There are many of you, but I know that you're all in it together, and you have been out there on the front lines for all of us. So thank you for your service and your sacrifice, and really thank you for sharing these very powerful and heartfelt and passionate stories. And each one of you respectively, we're asking us as a legislature and us as a Senate to step up and do something about it. I can tell you, not only are we listening and paying attention, but we are going to take action. And I want to recognize my colleagues, all of them that are here, and many of them that are not here. We have a number of things going on. We're in session at the moment. We're in conference. We're negotiating the budget. But you know what? It was extraordinarily important that we are here with you to hear your stories, because this is something that has had catastrophic impacts on not only the economy that we all share, but also on the human life and its toll on human life, which we have all been working to protect and enhance. I want to recognize Senator Ramos for a wonderful bill that she carries that we are working to advance, whether that's in the budget or out of the budget. At the end of the day, we're fighting to make sure that this issue is a priority for us across the state. But I've heard a number of times, we want you to do something. I just want you to know we are paying attention. We hear you loud and clear, and we will take action as a commitment from all of us. And I just want to say one last thing, because again, and Mohamedou, I saw he is not with us anymore, but he was talking about a very difficult experience he's having, emotionally, psychologically, the impact of this on his own life. It's not any different than many of what you all are dealing with. And look, this is pre-COVID-19, pre-pandemic. This has only exacerbated the situation and made it worse. So I just wanted to throw out to any of you that would like to answer, because I know there are mental health issues that we've been dealing with. Are there certain aspects within mental health that we can help you with? Are there resources that we can offer specifically to the taxi and livery and for hire vehicle drivers? What is it that we can do to expand our mental health services specifically for your industry, because this is such a focused moment in time. And I'll step away. Thank you again, Senator Ramos.
I have to tell you, the city attempted that, and really, I think in every flyer we put out the suicide prevention hotline number. We've been doing that work. We've been putting together peer groups, but I have to tell you, at the end of the day, it's the economics. We need the material conditions to change in order for people to feel both less despair and to even have the time to tap into those resources.
Thank you so much. Senator John Liu, you have a question.
Well, I actually don't have questions, Madam Chair. I'm going to use less than my time allocation just to say hello to my old friends here, Baravi Desai and all her members at the Taxi Workers Alliance, and the other people who are undoubtedly watching this. I just want to say, I want to thank Senator Ramos and Kennedy and Comrie. This has been a hearing long in the making. And in fact, today it's a little bit distracted because many of our members were myself included, we're getting ready for an unplanned special session for tomorrow where we have to take an important vote with regard to the governor's emergency powers. So that kind of got a little bit in the way of today's hearing, although Jessica was not going to let anything get in the way again, because this was already delayed from February 25th when we had another COVID-related emergency health hearing. So, and the things the passionate and really tearful testimonies that we've heard from taxi drivers and owners today, unfortunately, it's not the first time I've heard it. It's not the first time any of us have heard it. These are issues that have been going on for years now, and we need to do something about it. And yes, we can help with mental health counseling and we can help with some social services, but at the end of the day, it's about economic relief. And I wouldn't even say it's debt forgiveness. I would say, as many of the testifiers already said, they got a raw deal. These taxi driver, immigrant, hardworking people who tried to make a life for themselves and their families were sold by the city of New York and the other enablers, the financing companies, etc., but mostly the city of New York, who promised these workers that if they paid, unfortunately, in some cases, over $1 million, they would have an exclusive right to pick up passengers on New York City streets. The city of New York sold that exclusive right and then reneged on the deal. Nobody reneged on the deal except the city of New York. And for years now, they have refused to give back some of those sales proceeds. That's exactly the economic relief that the city of New York is responsible for. So, Madam Chair and Sir Chairs, I think to whatever extent we can have as a state legislature, we have to figure out some way to compel the city of New York to make amends here, because these drivers and owners were sold a bill of goods, and we can't allow that to happen. This is exactly what we're talking about. They paid for a right, an exclusive right, and the city reneged on that exclusive right. So they need to be made whole. And let's not have any more families go into bankruptcy, and let's not have any more taxi workers take their own lives, for goodness sakes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Liu. Thank you for your comments. Do any of my other colleagues who are present have any comments or questions for this panel? All right,
So,
thank you.
Senator Ramos, quickly, I just want to really thank all of the panelists for coming forward and to share their heartbreaking stories. You know, I have neighbors who are taxi drivers, and I hear the stories on a daily basis, how they are struggling. They all have, in addition to the mortgages to pay, you know, they have children in school, they have to pay tuition, they have to pay all the bills, and the city of New York has let them down. And we promise that we will continue to fight on your behalf, because this is not right what you're going through. So I just wanted to really thank you all for sharing your stories. And to Mr. Chow and to your family, I offer you my condolences. And to all of you who've lost loved ones, who are your friends, even though they may not, they're your friends and they are your family. They may not be your biological family, but you're all family. So my condolences to all of you. And I promise to work with my colleagues to ensure that you do not continue to go through the hardships you're going through. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you,
Senator.
Senator.
Thank you,
Senator
Senator
Ramos,
Prasad.
I would also like to add, it's Senator Kaplan. I wanted to also add, thank you for the panel for coming and testifying. And I share the same sentiments as Senator Lou and Senator Prasad have expressed. And I'm looking forward to working with them and seeing if we can possibly get you some relief. I can tell you that I have many taxi drivers who reside in my district and who do very hard work, and they come to the city, and like it's been expressed before, they agreed to do this work, and now we need to really stand up for them. And City of New York has failed them. Thank you again.
Well, it's all been said, but it hasn't been said by me. And I just want to reemphasize that this is something that Desi has been made me aware of. I did meet with the groups when they've been coming to Albany. I am aware of this issue. I do want to say that we've been trying to figure out a way to eliminate, as I said in the beginning of my statement, a lot of these drivers sign these loans without knowledge of what they were signing, and for them to be snookered and suckered and deliberately set up so that they could lose their homes and destroy their lives by these loans, by this paperwork. We need to figure out a way to get that eliminated. So, we've been trying to do this for a while. We're in a better position now than we ever were in the state Senate. I know it's not fast enough for people, but we are aware of it. And we're going to work to try to figure out a way to get you guys relief. So, Senator Kennedy said it so eloquently earlier. We understand clearly what's going on, and for those of you that have already lost friends and family, we can't be the sorrow and our understanding of what you're still going through. There's no way to express it properly, our concern and our frustration at trying to not be able to help you faster. But we are going to do everything we can within our powers, and I want to thank Senator Ramos for consistently fighting to make this hearing happen. She's been fighting for over 2 years to get to this level, and I know it that she's been doing it. And we've all been raising this issue since we first found out that the medallions were being auctioned off at a price that was exorbitant and given to secondary lenders and other lenders that were creating a system that was creating poverty out of a medallion. So we want to push back as hard as we can to try to fix this, to make sure that people can have peace of mind. And those folks that are working diligently to try to provide for their families are not caught in this horrible situation that you are now in. Thank you very much.
May I very quickly just say,
very quickly,
our proposal for debt forgiveness would only cost the city, so for the city to act as a backstop, as an incentive to get the lenders to reduce the debt to 125, refinanced at no more than $757 a month, it would only cost the city $75 million over 20 years, and they can solve this crisis and stabilize this industry, save 25,000 jobs that are dependent on this sector, and free our members, our people, from a life sentence to prison of debt. Please help us make that happen. Thank you.
And to be clear, it wouldn't be the city, it would be the state that would act as the backdrop. This is, we're talking about a state bill that I've introduced in order to help our taxi drivers get that peace of mind that all of my colleagues and all of us are talking about, guaranteeing at least $125,000 of the debt will be secured.
Well,
Thank you.
only for lender, we're saying only for lenders that agree to bring down all their debt to 125. Then that full 125 would be guaranteed. So the lender has security that at least all the 125 they will receive it. And our members are no longer facing the risk of foreclosure if that 125 is not all paid off. Thank you, Senator.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who comprised our first panel. Hang in there. Remember, the purpose of this hearing is so that we're getting all of your stories and a much more comprehensive analysis of the situation on the record to support our bill and make sure that we're getting you the economic relief and forgiveness that you are owed for being duped. And I'm sorry that this has happened to you. Up next, our lone member of the second panel is New York City Comptroller Scott Stringer. Comptroller Stringer, welcome.
Hello, senators.
Thank you for being here, Comptroller Stringer. We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock that you have for your testimony. Thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you very much. Bear with me 1 second. I have Senator Ramos, I have the kids occupied, so I'm ready to do this.
Okay, good. I was about to say it's remote learning time. And actually, no, it's 3:30. We're already an hour and a half in. All right, Comptroller Stringer, I think I'm going to ask Media Services to restart your clock. I'm sorry that if I caught you off guard.
Oh, no, this is great. This is great.
All right, you ready? Go.
Hi, 43. Good afternoon, Chair Ramos and Chair Kennedy and members of the committees. And I want to really thank you for inviting me to testify today. For decades, driving a cab in New York City was a road to the middle class, especially for striving immigrants from around the world. But today, that medallion, which once promised prosperity and stability, is a financial sinkhole. In the early 2000s, speculators and unscrupulous lenders distorted and drove up the price of a medallion to more than $1 million. Then the advent of app-based for-hire companies like Uber and Lyft further upended the market and popped the speculative bubble. For-hire vehicle trips increased 12-fold from 2015 to nearly 750,000 prior to the pandemic. During the same period, the number of yellow taxi trips fell by nearly 50%, from over 400,000 daily trips to just 217,000. Many drivers lost their homes, suffered health complications, and couldn't afford to send their children to college. In one 12-month period, nine drivers committed suicide. Then COVID-19 struck. Between February and April last year, ride-sharing trips fell by 80%, but taxi trips fell 96% to virtually nothing. And since then, through January, ride-sharing trips have come back to over half their pre-pandemic levels, but taxi trips have only recovered 20% of their lost business. The New York Taxi Workers Alliance has put forward what my office believes is a fiscally sound approach to resolving that crisis, which Senator Ramos has embedded in the legislation. Because we also have a financial obligation to fix this, and I believe embracing this plan is the great start. And let me quickly say, this is how it would work. With the collapse in the price of medallions, many owners have been left underwater, meaning their loan balances exceed the market value of their medallions. To get a handle on this, lenders would write down outstanding loans to a maximum of $125,000, allowing medallion owners to repay loans on reasonable terms they can afford with current earnings. This approach would give drivers manageable, and let me stress, manageable loan payments and free them of the threat of financial ruin. In fact, this strategy offers assurance and stability for all parties involved, drivers, the lenders, and our taxpayers. Under Senator Ramos's bill, the state through ESD would put a floor under loan losses by guaranteeing purchase of any medallions that borrowers default on, giving lenders the certainty they need about the value of their medallion loan portfolios. In the event of a default, ESD could take possession of the medallion and be able to sell it to recoup all or part of its costs. This plan's sound risk management approach would limit future exposure and liability. And I can tell you as controller, that means this plan is good for drivers and it's good for taxpayers. And that's why we have a responsibility to act. The existential crisis facing the yellow cab industry comes after years of hammering by Wall Street finance unregulated competitors. It's a crisis that has been made more severe by the pandemic and the recession. So I urge you to take a hard look at this proposal and get behind its comprehensive framework. It's time to bring much needed relief to families who are struggling, and it's time to restore peace of mind to New Yorkers who are suffering through hard times by no fault of their own. And ultimately, what this plan demonstrates is that it's within our power to solve this problem. We can confront this challenge head on and meet responsibility in the moment. I want to especially shout out Senator Ramos for championing this industry, the workers, and this proposal, because she understands that we have a reasonable way to resolve this. And she has, as Senator Comrie said, been working on this for a long time. And the reason I'm testifying today is I have multiple roles here. My heart goes out for the taxi drivers, the people who are scammed by big companies, but also I'm in the risk management business as controller. And one of the things you have to do when you manage risk is also look at resolving problems so the city doesn't have more liability. John Liu is 43. Many of you know he's the controller before me. He will handle all questions about risk management when I'm gone. And I want to thank Senator Kennedy and Senator Comrie, Senator Kaplan, all the people who have really been watchdogs helping New York City. I ask you to do it one more time today. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Controller Stringer. I know a few of my colleagues have questions, but I do have a question for, I think, both 43 and 44, actually, because, you know, this predatory lending and the speculative medallion market that was created happened during your tenures. So what role has the Controller's Office played here in helping us sound the alarm? And I'm so glad that you're helping us fix the problem now. I mean, you've both been tremendously active on this issue. My guess, because you saw it firsthand as Controller, what role has the office played in this fiasco?
44 will answer.
Yeah, well, when I became controller, 43 said, "You handle this." No, that's not true. It's a good question. Look, we have looked at this, and again, I want to stress, you know, we've looked at this from a risk management perspective, but also as people who have felt very concerned about the workers of this industry, and we both, I think, are very committed to working with you, Senator, to get your legislation through. So that means we can then work with lenders and the drivers to foster and shape agreements. One thing I can tell you about this proposal is it's fiscally sound. It does not create outsized liability for the city. It also fosters resolution so that the taxi drivers do not have to feel this incredible pressure that they would lose their livelihoods. And I do want to thank the workers who brought this proposal to us. You know, the Attorney General was concerned about this. She's supporting this bill now. And so that's significant because she also was very aggressive moving this. And, you know, and also let me say that, you know, for Senator Liu and for myself, we know that part of the job here in the city is to solve issues, not let them linger so that people feel so lost and hopeless that, you know, they're committing suicide and throwing their hands up, losing their homes. I mean, this is inhumane. And, you know, we all know the dirty secret here. The drivers were victims of predatory lending. They were not people who created this situation. They were literally hoping to live the American dream. And I just want to stress that one of the fascinating aspects of the taxi industry is that this has been the thing that immigrants do in this country. You know, you get behind a wheel and you drive so far and wide because you're driving for your kids' college, for this first small house. You're driving for retirement. These are not easy jobs. These are folks who work 12, 14-hour shifts. And it's the American dream, believe it or not. And we've now stopped that dream for so many people. It's time to kick it back into gear.
Thank you, Mr. Controller. Senator Kennedy, you have some questions?
Thank you very much. Just a couple quick questions. Thank you, Controller Stringer. Always great to see you. And I want to thank you for your leadership on this issue and being a part of this extremely important hearing here today. You mentioned the predatory lending and the lenders that really caused this problem. Can you talk a bit about how that actually came to be, and how these predatory lenders took advantage of these owners? I think it's important for everybody to understand how we got into this, first of all.
Look, there was a concerted effort to drive the market and to basically convince people to take on these loans where, it didn't matter whether they were able to pay the loans or not, because they could, they were going to repossess and either repossess the medallion or force people into indentured servitude. There was never a thought to how people would pay these huge loans and the interest rates and the down payment and the monthly VIG. And I hate to call it a VIG because it has bad connotation, but that's exactly what it was. And all of this happened through looking at the role of government. There was no one stepped up and said, hey, what can happen? No one stepped up and said, how many underwater loans are there now? There was no broad expectation to look at managed debt. If it wasn't for the fact that people were literally dying, or killing themselves in front of City Hall, where was everybody? And this proposal is something that must be acted on. But I think this was a concerted effort to help everybody enrich themselves, except the workers, except the expendable drivers. Nobody gave 5 minutes of thought as to what the end game was for them. And that is why I wanted to be at this hearing on this legislation.
Well, thank you for that. And what you've articulated is absolutely disgraceful. And that's what's brought us here today. Again, I want to thank you for your leadership, especially in the solution, at least in part, to what we're dealing with here, and that you support and that we support. And that's writing down these loans to a maximum of $125,000 that would obviously help drivers and owners, but it would also shield the city to any exposure and liability. Can you talk a bit about that and how that is?
Well, look, if we create the floor and we can create buy-in from the drivers and we can manage the loans, I do think that will benefit the financial institutions. And it will also benefit the city, because when you look at the liability and some of the legal issues, part of my job, as Senator Liu knows, is to make sure that we resolve issues so there isn't litigation that, forget about costing $75 million over 20 years. And I agree with that analysis. But once you're in court, you don't know what that liability is going to be to the city. And so I have to worry about that. But if I have to worry, or we have to worry about that, why don't we do something a little different and then worry about what happens to the workers over those 20 years? And I want to say that the industry, the workers union from DESI and others, they have played a crucial role in bringing us this proposal. And I think that's very significant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Any of the other senators have questions? Senator Liu.
Well, Madam Chair, I want to say that because you put me on the hook, but I want to say that 44 has very ably and capably answered your question for the both of us, more so for him. I do really want to thank Comptroller Stringer for his support of this bill, which I certainly support as well. I think there are also other things we can do to force the city to make good for these drivers. Again, the city reaped windfalls from these sales, and we should be able to do something about that to compel City Hall, not the Comptroller's office, but City Hall to dig into its treasury to take out some of those ill-gotten gains so that we can save the lives, literally the lives of these drivers. And finally, I will just take a quick moment of privilege to press Comptroller Stringer on a question that he continues to dodge. And that is a question on behalf of my mom. It's going to involve Elise, and I will go no further than that. Except I will also add that as soon as he answers that question, then I will stop dodging the question that he keeps coming after me for. Thank you.
I think this is widely out of the scope of this hearing.
I'm done, Madam Chair.
I think you're ruled out of order by the chair, Senator.
I'm done. Withdrawn.
I'm not getting in a small plane with you also, so this may ignite some controversy on Twitter, but you know, I put the line in the sand. And by the way, can I just mention, Senator, as we conclude, that this Senator Liu is right. This, the mayor, said that, well, now we're getting stimulus money. Now we can talk about this. The money's in the budget. There's no waiting for anything. We could do this right now, as was mentioned, the liability over 20 years, we can absorb that. And John and I could sit down with a pencil today and look at some of the city's misbegotten spending and earmark it to saving the lives of so many people. So there's no waiting for the stimulus. We could do this today.
Wait, so I kind of want to jump in here, if that's okay. Now I'm going to ask for a point of personal privilege. I have to say, a lot of the people who oppose our proposal say that, for example, 125,000 is a risky appraisal, and that we also run the risk that people are just going to walk away from that. We're incentivizing them to walk away. In your financial expertise, would you agree with that assessment?
No, look, this is a the people who you heard from today who stepped forward, the Alliance's proposal is a very responsible financial package. I wouldn't be able to support it if it wasn't. I may have personal opinion, but as it relates to balancing exposure and how do you settle, I think this is a proposal that the industry leaders will get to. It's a floor. It is a bottom line. Imagine having a real rational proposal that restructures loans so people don't go and prove some of the outrageous conduct of the city officials. And it's managed debt. And remember, we have a $90+ billion budget. I just gave a budget presentation, Senator, that even without stimulus over a 10-year period, this is the equivalent of one big member item. It's not, and think about what we're doing to solidify an industry, protecting thousands of people who will lose everything. And I think this is just very financially balanced. That's why I wanted to be here today. I want you to see the full force of our office and why we are supporting. It's not my proposal, it's their proposal. I mean, they came and they had to make compromises in their thinking, right? I mean, if you're an advocacy group, your job is to push the most. They actually crunched the numbers and said, no, we could get here in a reasonable expectation. We then took their data, looked at it, and concurred. And then the Attorney General does the same thing. Her office comes back and says, I'm with this. So unless somebody can make a compelling argument against two offices and a former controller, and also you've done a lot of this research, you introduced a bill that actually goes way beyond it. Well, I shouldn't say way beyond. It also ensures that the city is whole. So you have the state bill, which I think adds to what we're trying to accomplish here. Sometimes we come up with a good proposal.
Thank you, Controller Stringer. Do any of my other colleagues have any questions or comments to make? No? All right. Well, thank you for your time, Controller. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you for being so supportive of taxi drivers and all working people.
Thank you. It's great. It's great. It's great zooming around with everybody. I'll see you, State Senate, soon. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Controller. And now for our third panel, we are welcoming Taxi and Limousine Commissioner Aloysi Heredia Jarmushuk. I'm sorry if I butchered that, Commissioner. I'm sure you'll correct me and say it, the right way. But please, we're going to put 5 minutes on the clock for you so that you can share your testimony with us. Thank you, Commissioner. Good to see you.
Hi, it's great to see you, and you did a great job with my name. It's not easy, so I appreciate the effort. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Ramos, Kennedy, and Comrie, and members of the committees on transportation, labor, and corporations. My name is Aloysi Heredia Jarmushuk, and I am the Commissioner and Chair of the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today about the challenges facing the taxi transportation industry. First, I would like to acknowledge my fellow speakers today, especially the TLC licensees who have shared their personal and painful stories. The issues affecting the yellow taxi segment has a human toll, and these are real issues affecting real people with real families. And I come here today to listen and to support the collaborative work of us getting to a solution that can work in the interest of the licensees and the industry. When I started my tenure as the TLC commissioner and chair about a year ago, COVID-19 was already circulating in New York City. The pandemic has had a devastating impact on the industry as passenger demand plummeted with greatly reduced economic activity, including traditional passenger sources like tourism and business travel. TLC very quickly adapted to a public health crisis with many unknowns and kept critical operations like our licensing and inspection facilities open so that all of our licensees who had the ability or chose to work could continue to operate. At the same time, the agency quickly pivoted to supporting coordinated relief efforts for the city and our licensees. And we've sought other sources of income for the TLC licensees and facilitated all applicable financial relief to provide a lifeline to the medallion owners and our drivers and businesses. In March of 2020, the TLC, along with several other agencies, set up emergency Get Food meal delivery program, which ran through October of 2020. Over 10,000 TLC licensed drivers participated in that program and earned about $40 million while delivering meals to 1.2 million homebound New Yorkers, essentially 65 million meals with $40 million in wages going directly into the pockets of these men and women, our licensees. In 2020, in May of 2020, the TLC opened its Driver Resource Center online, and that has provided legal and financial counseling for our licensees. The Driver Resource Center has helped over 800 licensees apply for payroll protection program, for economic industry disaster loans, unemployment, cash assistance, emergency rent relief, SNAP benefits, and Medicaid. Over 500 licensees have received help to restructure medallion loans through the Driver Resource Center. And additionally, we have successfully helped 45 licensees apply for PPP loans. In total, the TLC has helped guide its licensees to potentially $1.4 billion in support through federal, state, and local assistance programs over the last year. Throughout the pandemic, the TLC has provided licensees with up-to-date health and safety information and PPP and testing and vaccinations. We have connected licensees to COVID-19 testing through events that we have done in partnership with the Test and Trace program. As essential workers, TLC licensed drivers are also eligible now for vaccines, and that was a huge win. And I appreciate all of your support in pushing that forward. And to date, we have secured 1,500 appointments personally. The TLC has booked for drivers to be vaccinated at Citi Field, and we will continue that work in the days ahead. In addition to the state and federal stimulus funds available for many licensees, the agency has supported licensees financially through its accessibility programs. The TLC supports taxi owners and drivers with significant funds to hack up new wheelchair accessible vehicles and provide accessible service through the Taxi Improvement Fund. Throughout 2020, 8,000 drivers and vehicle owners received over $20 million in Taxi Improvement Fund payments. Moreover, the TLC continued to not collect medallion license renewal fees, which totals $1,100 every 2 years, and that has saved our medallion owners $7.8 million since 2019. And at this time, the TLC is also advancing new technological solutions to aid licensees. In late 2020, we launched a program called Drive NYC Taxi to help match taxi owners to interested TLC licensed drivers. And the program allows, this is online, it's an app, and the program allows drivers to find available taxis to lease at reasonable rates, helping them and the medallion owners earn money, since it's been difficult to match in either direction during the pandemic.
For sure. Thank you, Commissioner. Sorry, your time is up, but I appreciate your testimony. I see my colleague, John Liu, has a question, but before he goes, I have a few of my own.
All right. Well, thank you for providing us the opportunity, and I'm sorry I didn't get to finish the testimony, but I'm happy to answer your questions.
That's okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Unfortunately, we can only give our speakers, our testifiers, 5 minutes. But the TLC has played a very specific role here in this crisis. And in my opinion, aiding the disparity between yellow cab drivers and Uber and Lyft drivers, and beyond. So I have a few questions. I know that you just became commissioner earlier this year. So I think it's important to note on the record that this did not happen under your tenure per se. But I'm wondering, a city investigation back in 2019 found that brokers often violated the TLC's rules regarding the disclosure of conflicts of interest and failed to adequately explain loan terms to their clients, failed to use written broker agreements. Following this investigation, the TLC introduced and adopted new rules. How are these rules going to be implemented and enforced? Were these brokers ever held accountable? Were any, since the TLC's rules were broken, were they enforced in any way?
So the report or the study that you referenced is a 45-day broker investigation that the city conducted and found that there wasn't enough, I guess, supervision or oversight of the brokers, and we have implemented an entire office over the last year with all the what we deem the appropriate supports in place to ensure transparency from whatever the broker and agent interactions are with the licensees, and we will make all of that information public going forward. And as you noted, these things all occurred prior to my arrival, but I can assure everyone that we will be making sure that all of our brokers are following all of the rules and that there isn't a single medallion owner that is taken advantage of in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner. Because I have to say the city did an entire paid advertising campaign that said that the medallions are, and I quote, a solid investment with steady growth, and I quote, better than the stock market. I don't know if you agree with these claims today, but I do know that at your confirmation hearing, you stated that you wanted to try and find a solution to reduce driver monthly payments to less than $1,000 a month. So I'm wondering, is this something that you still stand by? Is this still a goal of yours? And are you supportive of our proposal with the Taxi Workers Alliance, with Attorney General James, and with Controller Stringer to help these folks out?
We're absolutely committed and supportive to bringing real relief to our medallion owners. I absolutely support the intention of your bill, and I think that it's important to note that that you're opening this conversation, and that is critical. And I support the restructuring of the loans, and think that there should be a public role in supporting these goals. And I look forward to working with all of you to deliver relief to the medallion owners.
Do you support forgiveness?
I support relief and anything that will be helpful to the medallion owners.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Senator Liu, you had a few questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I thank you for joining us. Please don't take things personally. But I don't know if you were aware of the scope of this hearing. On our website and in the invitation to today's hearing, we talked about how the main issue was the medallion prices, how the disruptive technology with the rideshare apps and the city's selling of these medallions have ruined the lives of these taxi drivers. It's not about COVID. It's not about helping them with some of their fees. I mean, really, Commissioner, I know you're new on the block, but you're not new to these issues. Otherwise, you wouldn't be commissioner. People have taken their lives. The city has reaped hundreds of millions of dollars from the sales of these, actually billions of dollars. Are you aware of how many medallions were auctioned off by the city of New York since 2014? Rough number. Anybody on your staff? Well,
since 2013, there were roughly 100 to 300 medallions auctioned in the time frame that you reference.
Okay, and were they all within 2013, or some of them were after 2013?
It was a mix of the last two auctions after 2013 and 2015.
Okay, so I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head, but if we go by your numbers, 100 to 200, let's just say 100 medallions auctioned at, the high price was 1.3 million. Let's just say 1 million. Right there is $100 million. That's a low end of that estimate. The city got $100 million from the sale of those medallions. Now those 100 medallions are worth 1/10 of what the city got. The city hasn't paid back any of the $90 million difference. Instead, that $90 million debt, loss in value, has been imposed on taxi drivers, individual medallion owners. Now, I totally understand, and I would accept the city's argument in 2013 or even 2014 that they could not envision a rideshare application industry that would completely disrupt the taxi industry in New York City and beyond. I can understand that. What I cannot accept is the city keeping $90 million and not at least making at least returning some of that money back to all of these medallion owners who are underwater, who cannot support their families, who are paying for a mortgage that is multiples of what their medallion, their asset, is worth, and in too many cases, taking their lives. At a minimum, the city should have bore the loss stemming from the disruptive technology. But instead, The city keeps throwing nickels and dimes at these taxi drivers and owners with these ridiculous, negligible, these programs of negligible value when compared to the windfall that the city got from the sale of these medallions. So Commissioner, please, I implore you to go back to City Hall and say, this is not right. It's not right. And it's compounded by the fact that during these years, the city of New York and the city treasury, at least right before COVID, was doing swimmingly. I mean, coffers were filled. The city had budget surpluses, and yet somehow the city couldn't figure out how to at least make these taxi drivers partially whole. Once again, nobody could have predicted the disruptive technology and the imposition on the industry. But at least the city did not lose anything from it. They kept the entire value of the sale of the medallions and left these workers out to dry. It's just not right. Thanks for letting me rant, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I appreciate your rants quite often, especially when I agree with them. Thank you, and thank you to the commissioner for joining us today. Thank you for your time. Do any of my other colleagues, before we move on, I'm sorry, have questions for the commissioner?
Senator Ramos, I just wanted to ask if the commissioner had an idea what the city is prepared to do now, especially after Senator Liu laid it out so eloquently.
Sure. I mean, I can, first and foremost, I'm not here to defend the actions of prior administrations or prior commissioners. We can all agree that a series of mistakes were made. For those, I'm not responsible, but I am here to be a part of the cleanup crew. And to the extent that you're willing to partner with me, I am willing and here and ready to work. I'm doing the work every day. I'm talking to medallion owners every day, and I am applying real solutions. And I understand that this hearing is not about COVID. It is about the medallion debt and the relief. But we also cannot ignore all of the work that we've been doing and the steps that we've been taking in a better direction that is much different than the time that you were criticizing, and that has to be acknowledged. So we're here, we're partnering with the owners, and to the extent that anybody is willing to join me in providing relief, I'm ready to go.
I was asking a specific question. What is the city prepared to do to the debt relief at this particular point? And is there a specific idea or plan that you can share, or that is being worked on by the city that we can partner with you on?
I'm here to let you know that we are ready to partner with you on the proposal and the bill that Senator Ramos has put forward. And to the extent that there are aspects of that proposal that are workable and implementable and that can be done quickly, then I'm here for that. I cannot speak to anything that is happening outside of the TLC, and I don't have the ability to provide personally or through my agency debt relief. But I think that together we can find paths forward and find solutions for the medallion owners.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you all. I would like to move on to the next panel, and we're briefly moving upstate. So I want to welcome David Bastian, Legislative Director at the Limousine Bus Taxi Operators of Upstate New York, Mark Crisafulli from Haler, Fryer and Kuhn, Kevin Barwell, President of the Limousine Bus Taxi Operators of Upstate New York, and Dave Brown as well. Thank you. Welcome, gentlemen, to our hearing.
Thank you.
We're going to put
Thank
5
you.
minutes. We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock for you, and I guess David goes first. Yeah.
Well, thank you everyone for inviting us. I'm Dave Bastian. I'm the Legislative Director for the Limousine Bus Taxi Operators of Upstate New York. And our situations are different upstate because our companies, our members are small businesses that employ people. So it's not all about individual drivers. These are small businesses that employ people. Since 2009, limousine and black car companies in upstate have been a target of legislation by governors and legislators that have put the industry in a bad position. Back in 2009, our industry was subject to nuisance taxes with Governor Patterson and his executive budget. Before he put it in his before he released his executive budget and it passed into law, limousine and black car companies were not required to collect New York State sales tax on their services. So when he passed the budget, he made limo and black car companies collect sales tax, but everybody else was not subject to sales tax. So we were put at a competitive disadvantage to other services, similar types of transportation services, because in our county, our sales tax is 8.75%. Other competitive services didn't have to pay or collect 8.75% on their services. So after a 5-year battle in which we worked with the industry downstate and Uber, we were successful at getting the law repealed in the Senate, but it failed in the Assembly. Now in 2017, the state struck another huge blow to the industry in Governor Cuomo's executive budget, allowing ride sharing to come into upstate New York under a different set of rules, because we don't have a TNC regulating ride sharing. And ride sharing doesn't have the same expense structure as our small businesses do, where they don't have the labor costs. You know, they don't have the same labor costs. They're not paying into unemployment insurance. And the other thing is they don't collect the same percentages of tax. TNCs only require only collect a 4% assessment, not sales tax from their riders. So they collect a 4% assessment that's only shared with New York State and not local counties. So Erie County gets nothing. Erie County charges 8.75% of taxes on the services for our members. And bottom line is our members are at a 4.75 disadvantage in price, again, to similar services. And we want to stress that our members contribute to the state and local counties as far as tax revenue. And unfortunately, this unlevel playing field is allowed, that the state is allowed to flourish, has put many companies out of business and caused financial harm to local counties, including Erie County, because a lot of these companies that collect sales tax are going out of business. So what we'd like to see as an industry, our members have tax authority to collect sales tax for our services. And we're required also for when we buy our tangible personal items to pay sales tax on those items, like for vehicles, for bottled water, things like that. And those items are a physical component needed to perform the taxable service. So in a sense, our industry is being double taxed. So we pay upfront sales tax for our personal tangible property. And then when we resell the service, we collect sales tax on the transportation service, and that is unfair. So as part of the bulletin that I shared with everyone in advance on the taxation website, there's other industries like rental car companies, auto dealers, restaurants that buy tangible personal property. And when they purchase that stuff upfront, they buy it tax free. We feel that based on the current laws in place and based on the websites and based on what's on the ST-120 resale form, which allows you to buy those tangible items, that our members, because we have tax authority, do qualify to buy our tangible personal property tax exempt, which would eliminate double taxation. And bottom line is we're looking for the state to shed some light on it. Let us know, if that's clear, if we can. And if it's not really clear that we can use it, if we'd like to see legislation created that allows us to do it. Bottom line is the limousine and black car industry in Ohio and New Jersey, they collect sales tax on their services, but they allow their tax collectors to buy the tangible personal property tax free. So by allowing us to use the ST-120 resale form, it'll give financial relief to companies who are struggling to survive in this unlevel playing field and basically, allow us to compete. Bottom line is, and I'm almost done here. New York State, the New York State Constitution states that corporations engaging in substantially similar businesses shall not be discriminated against and treated equally. Since 2009, our industry has not been treated equally to similar forms of transportation. And as a result of the lack of equality, companies continue to struggle or have gone out of business. So, and that's, it's been a struggle.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you. That's actually really helpful. I'll share my thoughts in a little bit. First, Mark, is Mark with us? I don't.
Mark
see-
is bouncing out due to technical issues, Senator. Let's go to
Alright,
Kevin.
So then just to save time, I think we're going to move on to Kevin Barwell, who I see is ready. So Kevin, go right ahead. Kevin, you need to unmute yourself, and then if you aren't on mute and not speaking, please, yes, thank you.
My fault. Are we back? All right, great. Well, good afternoon, Chairman Ramos and Kennedy and all members of the Senate Standing Committees on Labor and Transportation. My name is Kevin Barwell. I am the president of the Limousine Bus and Taxi Operators of Upstate New York. Operating a transportation company is by all means not easy. We are regulated by the DMV, New York State DOT, US DOT, 19A, Labor Department, Department of Sales and Tax, IRS, and the list goes on and on and on. Every department has its own set of rules and its own set of regulations, which rarely ever sync up. We spend days, months, even years trying to get answers from these agencies, as well as through lobbying to try and find answers to some of the problems that we're dealing with on a regular basis. But let me stress, our first concern is always the safety and well-being of our clients and our employees, the drivers. But it's not always that easy, and to be competitive with the laws that are inhibiting growth and sustainability in the state. My colleagues have discussed some of the concerns of this, which I'll recap, and I'll also go into some of Mark's if he's unable to get on. But I'd like to start with, one of the things that is different in upstate New York is that many of the transportation laws and policies have been created and derived from a blueprint of the New York City region, which draws larger revenues, which sees, which is easier to deal with a lot of the control of the regulations in those areas, which we have difficulty following. Upstate New York operators consist of smaller companies that average $200,000 to $1.5 million in revenue. And with recent legislation in the past few years, these companies have been struggling, and many of them have closed their doors. If you look at the testimony that I have given, you'll see some of those numbers. I'll briefly go over some of them. In 1990, Buffalo had over 90 operators. Rochester had 85, Albany 56, Jamestown 15, Southern Tier 30 to 40, and Syracuse 50. Sadly, today, Buffalo has 12 operators left. Rochester, 10, Albany, 9, Jamestown, 1. Southern Tier has 10 to 17. Many of those have now gone into doing Medicaid, and Syracuse is left with just 4 operators. Each one of these times that you look on my testimony, you'll see that a different piece of legislation was created, whether it was tax or the free operation of the TNCs. And this enacted an unfair playing field and burdensome regulation, reducing the ability to compete. Now, here are some of the things that are causing this, and some of the things recently is the I'll give you an example of some of them. Insurance. New York State passed a $1.5 million in supplemental insurance, which many companies are refusing. These carriers are refusing to cover, or increasing rates to unbearable premiums. Some of these companies have decided to stop selling in New York State, or forcing the operators to just stop offering these particular products, these limousines, or just not to be covered. And sadly, there's only 1 to 4 carriers that offer insurance in New York State. Many of these carriers now are refusing to renew, sign, or any premiums that are so high that we have to close our businesses. This is very sad. In fact, just the other day, one of the operators called me up and said he's done. So we need help with an insurance reform on this. And to be able, with $1.5 million in supplemental, many of these companies are already carrying $5 million. So with $1.5 million in supplemental, $1.5 million in liability, the state's requiring $3 million, when many of these companies are have $5 million. So we ask that any of the companies that have the $5 million, that the state would exempt those particular companies, because they're already $2 million over that. The next thing, sales tax. As my colleague Dave said, that right now, many of these programs in the state that are covered by these sales tax, whether it's roads, schools, enforcement, a $1 billion corporation has figured a way to circumvent every law and lobbies with millions of dollars, and completely is an uneven fair playing field. So the county taxes here, counties are not getting any of that additional tax. Right now, the TNCs are only being taxed at 4%, of the sales taxes, which is going straight directly to the state, and the counties, which we have to pay anywhere from 4 to 8.7. I'm sorry, 8 to 8.75%. So we're asking that those the TNC should also be able to pay that 4.75. That's additional tax revenue that I'm sure the state sadly and surely could use right now with all the issues that are happening. The next thing is many of these drivers of the TNCs are not being covered with unemployment tax, workers' comp. We are required to pay for workers' comp and unemployment for our taxi drivers, our limousine drivers, our bus companies. The TNCs are exempt because for some reason they've convinced regulators and officials that because you have a mobile app, you should be exempt. Well, many of us have those mobile apps too, and we're not exempt. So I look at this and say, you need to protect these people. I don't know why the state is not doing anything to protect these people. These people are individuals that work just as hard as we do, and they should have the same thing. This company should be able to pay for workers' comp and unemployment so these people are protected. It's gone on long enough. Even the feds are starting to think that too. And I think we need to do something, not now. I think we need to do it today, not next week, not a month from now, not a year from now, today. This company made $12 billion last year. You know what? I didn't even make a fraction of that. Okay. So that's something. And then finally, again, going back to what Mr. Basha said is, the tangible items right now, we're being double taxed. We're paying taxes for all of the items to provide the service, but we also are asking just for those tangible items to be exempt. So we're not being double taxed, so we can compete. And that would be with the, allowing the clarification with the ST 124. So those are some of the items. And I really hope you understand the difficulties it is. Upstate is very different in the operations. And I really hope that we can look at some of those items.
I do. And I do have thoughts to share, and I wouldn't be surprised if my colleagues do too. But before we get to questions, and I understand, David Brown, you're here to hang out for questions, right? You don't have testimony.
I am.
Kevin, you're reading Mark's testimony now.
Yeah, or Dave. Dave, you want to do
Mark's testimony too, Kevin?
David's going to do it.
Okay.
All right, I'll read Mark's testimony. Mark Crisafulli is the Syracuse director of the Limousine Bus Taxi Association of New York State. He's risk management for Haler, Fryer, and Kuhn, and he's been working in the livery industry for 20 years. He handles property and casualty and insurance programs for operators all over New York State and the Northeast. He's seen
Must be the snow.
He'll come back. He'll come back. Come back to us, David.
I believe we've been joined by Mark. Mark is here.
Operators closed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually going to ask Kevin or Dave if you can text David Brown and let him know that we can't hear him, so that he doesn't read in vain.
That's fine. I know Mark is finally coming on, so maybe he can elaborate to that. Even within the time that he has. Mark, you just need to unmute yourself.
Yep. I don't see myself, but can you hear me?
Well, yes. We can hear you. Go right ahead.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties, but yeah, so I'm the Syracuse director of the Limousine Bus Taxi Operators of Upstate New York. I'm also an agent at Haler, Fryer, and Kuhn. I've been here for about 20 years working with livery operations, non-emergency medical, limousine, charter bus, and such. One of the things that I've noticed, just over the last 12 months, based on, compared to the last 20 years of working there, is that we've got a lot of operations that seem to be struggling and closing their doors. Some of the changes that the owners are basically explaining is there's been major changes in regulation on livery vehicles just over the last 12 to 18 months. I'd say increased DOT inspections and much tougher rules are being enforced. Increased insurance requirements by the state of New York, and the rates, along with the increased insurance requirements, the rates are going up quite a bit higher. And one of the things I've noticed, because not only do I work in New York State, but I also handle, Vermont, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania. that the rates just in upstate New York, let alone are almost double those of the other states, the neighboring states. So also, this all leads into lack of insurance options in upstate New York for livery operators. That didn't used to be an issue. We used to have maybe 6 to 8 companies. Now we're down about 3 or 4, and I would say three decent options for operators. But there's, these companies seem to be struggling in New York State, these insurance companies. So regarding the lack of insurance, just to elaborate a little bit more on that, one of the biggest issues for these insurance companies is the 1.5 million supplementary uninsured motorist coverage that was implemented on any stretched vehicles within the state, which was done over the last 12 months. It's my understanding that was suggested by the New York State Trial Lawyers Association. And that's just a very big issue for these insurance companies, as they generally are putting anywhere from 1.5 to 5 million combined single limit on the primary liability, and then turn around and have to put up another $1.5 million on uninsured motorists, which is not defendable in court. So that's really curbed the ability for these companies to continue doing business in New York State. Just in comparison to some of the other states, from what I've noticed, New York State definitely has broader insurance, requirements and limits than other states, which is fine. But that's one, that also can be challenging for the companies. They also seem to struggle with New York State DMV versus other DMVs with other states. And one company, which remains nameless at this time, but they're a very reputable, very large company doing business in New York State. They paid in 2019 $750,000 in fines to the DMV. And in comparison with other states, that's just astronomical. Again, just one more reason why they're kind of pushing away from writing more business in New York State. Let's see. That's pretty much all the stuff I wanted to talk about. There were some changes that we'd like to see. Kevin, are we talking about those now, or is that going to be?
Yeah, you can mention it. Yes.
Okay. So as far as some of the changes we'd like to see, obviously the number one issue that I'd mentioned was that 1.5 million of SUM. Essentially, if an operator is running with a $5 million combined single limit, which most of our operators are, we'd like to see that 1.5 million SUM requirement be removed. As I said, that's just a big issue for the company. So that's one of the things we'd like to see. As far as some of the changes that have been implemented over the last 12 months, I don't know if anyone from the insurance industry was brought in on this, but it would seem to me that it would be a good idea, for legislators to, possibly involve the insurance industry when they're looking to, make major changes like that, just to see how it could affect the insurance industry or the operators in New York State, that are trying to run a business, if it's going to affect their ability to secure coverage. That's pretty much it for me.
All right. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your testimonies. David Brown, I'm so sorry it didn't work out, but I'm glad Mark was able to make it in time. I chair the Labor Committee. And so one of the things that really that I would like to emphasize the most is that your members, your organization's members, are true small businesses, your employers. And you have workers that you recognize as your employees. Your drivers are actually employees. You provide them with workman's comp, right? You pay into workman's comp. You do other things. I want to learn more about how you treat your workers, so that hopefully, New Yorkers watching us at home can see the difference between how you treat your workers versus, and I'll talk about it a little bit, how the for-hire vehicle companies, how the Ubers and Lyfts of the world treat their drivers, and even though we know that they're workers too.
You, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, our people, that when we bring someone in, they're treated just like a regular employee, and they receive all of the benefits that they are required. They receive unemployment, they receive disability, they receive
Workers' comp?
The options to medical, they're going to receive now the 40 hours of unpaid sick leave. They're employees. They get the same rights and the same benefits that any employee does. And that's what we treat them like. And that's what the state requires us to do. And when we look at this, we look at our members and they say, hey, you know what? I'm sitting here and there's a TNC driver over here and they're doing exactly the same. They're picking up someone. There's no difference in it. They're getting in the back of the car, they're driving to the destination, dropping them off. But yet they somehow are saying, and they're getting direction from their company, which is, from Uber or Lyft, and saying, this is how you have to pick them up. This is how you're rated. This is how you're, we all know, and I don't think I have to go on with that. I think you already know that, is that we're providing the things that they should be providing. I mean, I can't say how many times I have employees come into me and say, yeah, I used to be an Uber driver. I can't do it anymore because I'm just afraid. If something happens to me, I can't be afraid. I had one guy that actually would put on 75,000 miles on his vehicle and got $30,000 last year.
Wow.
So he's not even making $1 an hour. I mean, $1 a mile rather. I mean, that's ridiculous.
This makes a big difference. And I wanted to emphasize this point because additionally, and I think it was Dave who mentioned it, you pay, and by you, I mean, your member, your small businesses that are members pay much more in sales tax and therefore contribute to our state's coffers at a much bigger rate than these companies. And so I want to understand, I want to ask, and any of you or all of you can answer, because you're employers, because you're treating your workers as best as you can, because you actually contribute to our state's coffers, why is it that this 1.5 million, supplemental insurance is being imposed on you? Yeah, I want to make sure people at home understand, and I want to make sure everything is on the record. Why is it that if an operator is carrying the 5 million, could you actually explain what the supplementary coverage is and why is it that it needs to be removed in order for you to remain much more competitive with these companies, with these
That'd be Mark.
Well, yeah, Mark, I think Mark can add the specifics on it, but I think what it is the problem is that insurance companies are frowning on it and basically don't want to pay it. So they're just basically saying, well, we're not going to renew you. So we're at the mercy of these insurance carriers, and some of them are I mean, with having 3 options, what can you do? You either get rid of the vehicles, and now you're getting rid of some of the product that is keeping you in business, and again, Mark can elaborate on the, when we talked in front of Senator Kennedy, we explained that, the 1.5 and 1.5, we have 3 million, but these companies are carrying 5 million, and Mark, the insurance companies they'll still cover you. You're still being covered by it. So we're just asking that the companies that carry 5 million be exempt from it, from having to carry the additional 1.5, because that would be then 6.5 on it, So Mark, I don't know if you can elaborate.
Yeah, I may be able to answer your initial question as to why the insurance companies are struggling with it. So again, they do put up the 5 million, and in the event that the operator is negligent, that limit is available and will be exhausted, in the event that it's, there's a serious claim. The issue with the uninsured motorist coverage is John Smith driving his own personal automobile with state minimum limits could come along, smash into one of these livery vehicles and then flee the scene or have minimum limits or no insurance at all. And the attorneys the attorneys struggle to go after that other party, and it's easier for them to go directly to the insurance company on the uninsured motorist coverage and collect there. And the insurance companies can't defend it. That's the problem. Insurance companies essentially are saying, look, if we're at fault, we'll pay it. If somebody else is at fault, they should pay it. I mean, that's essentially right or wrong. That's the issue, with the insurance companies. And in other states, they don't have to deal with that. It's if your insured is at fault, you owe it. If there's another party at fault, that party should be the one paying, for the damages. So that's essentially the big issue, for these insurance companies. It was like a bomb when it came out. I mean, it literally went right through all the main carriers, and it was a big problem for them.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the clarification. We do have a lot of downstate folks watching, so we want everyone to understand all of the struggles that our drivers are facing across the state, because we want to solve them all.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for testifying. Do any of my colleagues have questions for these gentlemen?
Senator, can I share one last thing? Okay, so back to the sales tax issue. When the ride sharing legislation was put into place, the counties were given the opportunity to opt out. We went to our county legislators in Erie County and pointed out the sales tax revenue that they were going to lose and the fact that ride sharing was going to give them nothing. And because Uber put a ground game on us in Western New York that crushed us and we couldn't compete, and they got every chamber of commerce, every restaurant, the Bills, Sabres, everybody to get on board, they made everybody in Buffalo feel that we were going to die, that basically we couldn't breathe or live without them. They made everybody believe that. And when we went to the county and said, hey, look at all this money you're missing out on for Erie County, they didn't care. They were like, okay, no, they didn't choose to opt out. They didn't choose to debate it because they felt that they needed it, because this corporation sold them a bill of goods that was not what it should be. And it's had an impact statewide. So, when it comes, it's had an impact statewide. So I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for taking the time to testify. And I think I can dismiss you. You can hang out unless any of my colleagues have questions. No? Once, twice. All right. Well, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we have New York City Council member Steve Levin, who has done a tremendous amount of work on this particular topic, particularly with the Taxi Medallion Task Force. So here to share his testimony and thank you for working with us on this issue, Council member Steve Levin.
Thank you very much, Chair Ramos, Chair Comrie, Chair Kennedy, Senator Prasad, I see you as well. Nice to see you all. As Senator Ramos said, I'm Stephen Levin, and council member in Brooklyn. From 2019 to 2020, I co-chaired the City Council's Taxi Medallion Task Force, along with our Transportation Chair, Adonis Rodriguez. The task force met almost every other week from July of 2019 until January of 2020. And Chair Rodriguez and I divided up responsibilities on the task force. Chair Rodriguez's group examined the future of the medallion system, and my group examined the medallion debt crisis and what, if anything, could be done about it. This task force was created as per council legislation. We produced a report that we submitted to Speaker Johnson a little over a year ago, just before the COVID-19 pandemic hit New York City. Very briefly, my background on this issue is that I was the sponsor of the legislation, which I introduced in 2015 and eventually passed in 2018, that capped the number of FHVs in New York City. There were around 30,000 FHV licenses when I first introduced the bill, and over 80,000 when the bill finally passed in 2018. During that time, as we all know, the value of the medallion plummeted, and the owners of these medallions, many of whom you've heard from today, and who are owner drivers who only own one or two medallions, were plunged into a desperate situation where they could not pay their medallion mortgages, even if they drove their medallions for over 100 hours a week. And sadly and tragically, a number of medallion owners and drivers have committed suicide in recent years. Members of the task force that were on my side of the task force included Beta V Desai from Transit Workers United. Taxi Workers Alliance. Excuse me, I had the wrong acronym. Taxi Workers Alliance. William Kransdorf, he's the director of the Bankruptcy Clinic at Legal Services of New York. Clay Gillette, a professor at NYU Law School. Bill Melvin, who is the president of the New York Credit Union Association, Tom O'Shea, president of Aspire Federal Credit Union, Sarah Ludwig, the executive director of New Economy Project, Christy Peel, the CEO of the Center for New York City Neighborhoods, Jawad Tapa, the medallion owner, Lisa Servon, chair of the Department of Planning at UPenn, Andy Collado, from the Financial Clinic, Ali Najmi from the Public Advocate, Jackie Gold from the Department of Finance, Charles Fury, the chief of staff at the TLC. So as you can see, we had a wide breadth of perspectives to address this issue. Our top line recommendations were as follows. We recommended that the city, in collaboration with other state and federal government, nonprofit and private partners, establish a debt purchase and modification program for distressed medallion owners. That the city ensure that medallion owners have access to free and legal and financial advice regarding bankruptcy and any debt assistance programs the city may establish. We supported the finalization and vigorous enforcement of the TLC proposed broker rules. Failing that, the task force recommended that the city council pass local legislation codifying rules to the similar effect. We recommended that Congress or the state legislature pass laws to require lenders to verify the borrower's ability to repay prior to extending a medallion loan. We recommended that Congress pass the proposed Small Business Lending Fairness Act, and that New York State extend its ban on the use of confessions of judgment against out-of-state borrowers to all borrowers. We recommended that there be new federal, state, and local policies to prevent risky loan terms and structures in the future. And we also recommended that the city consider the feasibility of a medallion buyback program. We examined the medallion marketplace, including lenders, credit unions, brokers, and found serious issues which are in the report. But the recommendation that we spent the most time on was the first one, that the city should collaborate with other governmental, nonprofit, and private entities to establish a debt purchase and modification program for distressed medallions. First, I personally believe, and many on the task force believe, that the city bears responsibility for the medallion debt crisis and has a responsibility to rectify it. The city continued to sell medallions and promote the sale of medallions on the secondary market, even after a memo was circulated within the TLC detailing the risks of doing this. And obviously, by not acting to curtail the extreme expansion of FHV licenses starting in 2012 or so, the city effectively implemented a policy whose consequences was the further devaluation of medallions that it just sold. We determined that a structured write-down of loan balances for distressed medallion loans is not only warranted, but also very achievable. Starting on page 36 of our report, we put forward options for how this could be achieved. We wrote, quote, although the task force recognizes that there is likely no one-size-fits-all solution to the current debt crisis, some medallion owners could benefit from having their loans purchased by mission-driven investors that are willing to modify the loan on borrower-friendly terms. Private investment funds are already purchasing distressed medallion loans at a discount, i.e. at prices that are significantly below the outstanding principal on the loans, from lenders who are willing to take a loss in order to get the distressed loans off of their balance sheets. Having purchased the loans for pennies on the dollar, these private funds then attempt to maximize the return on their investment by taking aggressive steps to collect as much of the outstanding debt from the borrower as possible. Mission-driven investors, i.e. public or private investors who are interested in helping over-indebted medallion owners and supporting an iconic New York industry while also earning a moderate return, could employ a similar but more borrower-favorable approach. Specifically, such investors could purchase distressed medallion loans from lenders who are willing to sell them at a discount and then work with the borrower to restructure the loans to make them more sustainable. In effect, the mission-driven investor would be passing some of the savings from the discounted loan price onto the struggling borrowers. The investors would still have the opportunity to recoup their money with interest as the borrowers repay the written down loans. This could allow the mission-driven investors to earn a moderate return while also providing the borrowers with needed relief. To facilitate this kind of mission-driven debt purchase, the task force recommends that the city, in collaboration with other government, nonprofit, and private partners, establish a debt purchase and modification program for distressed medallion owners. Such a program could take a variety of forms. One model would be for the city to syndicate a group of public and private investors to purchase medallion loans in a standardized process through a special purpose vehicle. I'll convene. I'll wrap up. I just have a couple more paragraphs, if that's okay. As we noted, the city and state could play a role as syndicator for mission-driven investors. We go on to note that the city or some public or nonprofit entity could serve as a guarantor for modified loans to help reduce the risk to the investors who take on the discounted debt. In addition to this recommendation, which is detailed on pages 36 to 44 of our report, we also recommend that the city explore a debt buyback, a medallion buyback program, and establish robust debt counseling services. And for those medallions, for medallion owners for whom it makes sense, bankruptcy counseling. Two large issues, though, arose after we issued our report. First, the NCUA, the National Credit Union Association, which held over 1,000 loans in receivership after the defaulting of Melrose, subsequently sold those loans to Marblegate, which is now hold that debt. And of course, the other issue that came up after our report was COVID-19, which has entirely upended this industry as it has upended so many industries throughout our city and country. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have to the best of my ability. And I appreciate the extra time. Thank you very much, Senators.
Well, thank you, council member. It's good to see you. And I just want to thank you because I think in your tenure as council member, I don't think anybody's done more work than you on figuring out what really happened here, right? Getting to the bottom of the root causes of this crisis. And you've put forth really serious recommendations on our path forward, both at the city and state level. And I know Congressman Meeks has also been working with us on this issue at the federal level. And I'm wondering, I'll be honest, in your testimony, you answered everything I was going to ask about a path forward, about what you were thinking. I wonder if, because there's been a few attempts at actually bringing criminal charges against some of the people who were involved in who were the predators in the lending to these medallion owners. And I'm wondering if that's something that, is the city council going to continue to pursue that? Or do you think it's still worth it? What are your thoughts on that?
We had our oversight and investigations committee staff doing a fair amount of investigative work on some of these, some of that kind of backstory of what happened and when. One thing that definitely comes to mind is there was a memo that was circulated within the TLC, and a copy of it is around, that really warned that this was unsustainable at the time. So this was probably in maybe 2012 or 2013 or 2014, just before the bottom fell out. It's a little bit difficult, I think, because there's so many. There were so many entities that were profiting from this. You had brokers. The brokers were pretty unregulated as far as we could tell, and there was a lot of conflicts of interest that were not disclosed among brokers, and so brokers were. It was this kind of niche area where there was, debts were getting refinanced all the time. No, right. There have
consequences to their wrongdoings.
I mean, I would think that if I know the Attorney General was looking at this a year ago, but I don't know if they've ever found anything that they thought was necessarily criminal. I will say that I think that the city knowingly over leveraged this aspect of their revenue. Like the city at the time, and I think Leroy could probably remember in those lean years of 2011, 2012, when we were hearing from the Bloomberg administration.
2008 actually, Steve. It started like right around the real estate crisis. 2008 that they started leveraging these licenses and then doubling the price, unfortunately.
And talking about it as a revenue stream for the city, so that we would, it was like, oh, well, we're going to sell some medallions to help make up for our debt, our own deficits. Knowing that you could drive a medallion for 100 hours a week and only generate a certain amount of money. I mean, like there's no, at a certain point, there's no way you make back the money that you're paying in mortgages.
I agree. The city in its desperation to find extra resources did this, but then the people at TLC and whoever were making the assessments just overinflated the prices altogether. And then they, with the released to the brokers and allowing the brokers to unregulated to put these loans together, it really overinflated the price because they realized that they were dealing with a population that had no idea what they were actually taking the loan out on. And so they really created these unscrupulous loans, taking advantage of a population that had no real ability to defend themselves. So there's a couple of things that were done in a horrible way. But I just want to take this opportunity also to thank you, Councilmember Levin, and good to see Papa Levin. I haven't seen Papa Levin with the artwork in the back, so haven't seen your children in a while. And I think I haven't even met one of them, but
he's around. I'm surprised he hasn't invaded the Zoom yet.
But I just want to thank you for all your work in ferreting out the truth to all of this and coming up with a solution. And
thank you. Yeah, one other thing I was going to mention is that I at one point we saw this marketing material that the city actually made when on a medallion sale in I think 2014, and it was like one of these arrows that keeps on going up and up and up, and it was said, the value of a medallion just keeps going up. Invest now. This is when they were selling for like $600,000, $700,000, $800,000. As we all know, the value of a medallion is about $150,000 right now. You hear stories of people, with $4,000 a month, $5,000 a month mortgage payments, and just not even able to get anywhere near that. But one last thing I'll share with you is that, right before COVID, we started to get some traction with potential like impact investors using, and nobody was willing to say so like publicly, but with potentially with pension funds. Or other types of investment funds that might be willing to put down cash behind this, because we think that somewhere in the range of a couple $100 million could buy out a lot of this distressed debt at the price that they could then write it down and go through that structured process of writing down the debt. And so we had talked to one pension fund that was potentially interested in investing $20 million. And getting enough of those, whether it's, and the other potential is having banks that are looking to get CRA credits, so Community Reinvestment Act credits, because if they invest capital with a CDFI, which could be this kind of financial instrument or this syndicator, they could get their CRA credits, putting their money to use by doing something like this and putting it into this acquisition fund. So I would imagine that big banks might even be interested in putting some of their money into it because they get a CRA credit out of it.
Wow. All right.
So possibly, because they still get a return.
Any of my other colleagues have questions or comments for Councilmember Levin? Tim Kennedy.
Councilman, great to see you.
Nice to see you, Senator. Thank you.
Great testimony, and thank you for not only being here today at this hearing, but also for your tremendous leadership on this extremely important issue. A lot of what we're hearing about and a lot of what really, as you know, drove this, aside from the economy and the impact on the people of the city of New York and all of the state, is also the mental health issues for the drivers. Can you give us any thoughts on what the city may be doing to address this? Obviously, it's a big issue for us here at the state level. We're talking through the budget, finding ways that we can address mental health globally, but especially for those that have been so uniquely impacted, not just by problems that exist like this, but globally across the state. Can you tell us a little bit about what you may be doing in the city regarding the mental health issues associated with this particular issue?
Gosh, I think that the TLC and Taxi Workers Alliance have been trying to work together on making sure that anyone that's like in emotional distress or feeling the stress, because obviously the stress of the debt burden combined with driving driving a car for 16 hours a day is and falling further and further into debt, I think is it could lead it has led to people in despair. I think that really the TLC and the TWA have that relationship, I think, where they could build and continue to build on making sure that people have because they know everybody. I mean, they know all the drivers, they know all the medallion owners. There's very few. It's kind of a tight knit community, and so I think that there's an opportunity there, and I'd be interested in seeing if we could expand it further, and it would be something to really pose to the TLC chair.
Great. We'd be willing to partner with you on that.
That'd be great.
Just to come up with creative solutions. Obviously, this is something that we are all concerned about, and we got to work together to find these solutions. So again, thank you, Councilman, for your leadership.
I appreciate that very much. And I'll certainly pass that along to the TLC chair as well. I'll let her know.
Thanks, Tim. Anybody else?
I just wanted to quickly say hi to the council member and thank him for all. He's smiling. He's like, I'm doing good work, so he's smiling. I just want to thank you for all that you're doing, because it's a problem that's ongoing. It reminds me, the same way we held the banks accountable with the home mortgages. It's the same way the city should be held accountable, and the other investors should be held accountable. And I hope that we are going to take steps to ensure that they all are held accountable. So great seeing you, and take care.
Thank you so much, Senator. Nice to see you as well.
All right. Thank you, council member. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your expertise, and for your testimony. Good to see you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Well, up next, we have Avik Cabeza from the Livery Roundtable. Avik, welcome. We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock for you. Hopefully they'll do that now, so that way you can get started with your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Avik Cabeza, CEO of Carmel and the founder of the Livery Roundtable, here to testify on behalf of the New York City Livery Community Car Services. While most spoke about taxis and drivers, I'm here to talk about the New York State Shared Work Program and how it applies to the transportation companies all over New York State, but it's going to focus on the livery sector. Livery bases are small businesses. We employ personnel responsible for administration and dispatching trips requests by passengers to drivers. Without it, we don't exist, and drivers get no trips. Despite our status as an essential services, we have been devastated by the pandemic. On March of 2020, we lost over 90% of our trip volume, and livery bases had to reduce employees' hours while maintaining the 24/7 service to the community. However, in May of 2020, when the federal enhanced benefit of $600 per week was announced, we immediately learned employees preferred being laid off over cutting their work hours, because as unemployed, they were eligible for the $600 weekly federal aid. Fortunately, livery bases found relief through the Shared Work Program. It allowed bases to reduce employees' hours while allowing the employees to collect partial unemployment benefit, and with it, to receive the $600 weekly federal aid. So the Shared Work Program gave us a fighting chance in 2020, enabling us to climb up from a 90% decline in trips to a 60% decline in trips. We're still not out of the woods yet. Unfortunately, in January of 2021, when the federal aid of $300 a week was launched, we realized we cannot rely on the Shared Work Program to protect our bases and employees. The problem is that the language of New York State Shared Work Program caps livery bases to only use the Shared Work Program for 26 weeks in a year. So livery bases saved by the Shared Program last May cannot use it until this coming May. However, since the $300 weekly federal aid started in January, livery bases are already experiencing employees leaving and or missing days, all to qualify for unemployment, and we did the $300 federal aid. So we need the state help in expanding the scope of the Shared Work Program. One quick way of achieving it is by matching the New York State Shared Work Program language with the federal Shared Work language. Under the New York State language, an employee can only collect partial unemployment benefit for 26 weeks, regardless of the total amount collected in these 26 weeks. This places the reduced hours employee at a disadvantage over the fully unemployed person with regards to the total amount collected. On the other hand, the federal language under Section 2108 of the Federal CARES Act, which reimburses states for the shared work expenses, uses the words 26 times instead of 26 weeks, making the shared work program employee entitled to the total amount equal to the full weekly unemployment benefit times 26, regardless of how many weeks it will take together. In other words, under the federal language, if my hours were reduced by 50%, I'm eligible for 52 weeks of partial unemployment benefit, and the state will be reimbursed for it. To that end, I want to thank you, Senator Ramos, for passing S 4049, which amends the New York State shared work language to match the federal language. But we need New York to do more. First, to the extent possible, we would ask for your help in passing the same amendment in the Assembly because time is of the essence. Next, we believe New York State should expand the scope of the shared work program to always apply without limitation whenever weekly federal enhanced benefits are offered to fully unemployed people, because it creates a conflict. Not doing so will always place the reduced hours employee at a disadvantage, encourage them to leave their place of work, and with it, cause the demise of the service we provide to our community. In summary, extending the shared work program helps keep employees employed, reduces the cost of unemployment to the state, reduces the impact of the layoff on the unemployment fund, and helps livery bases and other transportation companies. So, plus, of course, every dollar the state invests in the program is largely reimbursed by the federal government. So it's a win-win for everyone. This is why my hope is that the state will strengthen the shared work program to allow livery bases and others to continue serving their community. Thank you very much for allowing me for the opportunity to testify here on behalf of the Livery Roundtable. I'm available to answer any question you may have with 8 seconds to spare.
Well, look, honestly, I'm just so glad that the shared work program has been able to help so many. And you're right. Hopefully the Assembly will be passing their version of my bill very soon. And then the governor, understanding the urgency, hopefully signs it as soon as possible as well, because it really has helped so many people. I mean, I've been banging my head against the wall trying to figure out just how to get more money into people's pockets. You know, people are working so hard and hurting so much during this trying time. It's really been, well, I don't need to tell you guys, quite an experience for everybody. But I did want to ask you something. I wanted to ask about, you know, because we hear a lot about the Uber and Lyft drivers. We hear a lot about the yellow cab drivers. For the livery cab drivers, how does it compare to how Uber and Lyft works? And is there anything that we could do in order to level the playing field for you in that way?
Well, you know, when you ask how it compares, I think in level of service, not by much, but I think in level of abuse, by much. I think we see our services more of a family. Those are not humongous size businesses. We know all our drivers. We know everything about them. So as far as that is concerned, we're less dictating. We're more listening to them. I think that will be. We're both regulated by the Taxi Limousine Commission, so there's a limit to what we can do in that respect. I think we both suffered the same impact of COVID. I don't know to tell you a specific thing. But I do want to say, I did want to say, if you don't mind, that when we saw what you did with the matching the language, it was like a party for us, and we really need the Assembly to pass it now because time is of the essence. But we also would like to work with your office and on coming up with a language that whenever the federal ed may present a conflict of where it is better not to be employed, that the shared work will apply. This is a blessing that I cannot even describe to you how it helped us maintain. And you know, people speak about people being employed, but it's not only employed, is the talent. You know, it takes a lot of time to train a dispatcher, and if you can retain them instead of lay them off without them losing money, that will be great. So we are really excited for the way you approached it. and want to work with you on strengthening. As far as the difference, we're much more local, we're much more family, we're much more, but we're regulated by the same entity. This is in New York City. In New York State, I think there are really, really many differences, which my colleagues from Buffalo spoke about, which definitely, I think it's not a leveling of the playing field outside New York City. In New York City, we were able to force them into compliance, even though I heard your question about them violating and with no consequences. But I do want to say that this new commissioner, I think, is looking at everybody at a level playing field. So we're excited for her and the way I think she treats everyone equally. So.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you so much, Avik. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for Mr. Cabeza? Anyone? No? All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Cabeza. It was good to see you, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to make sure that we're protecting our livery drivers. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let me pull up the list here, see who we have next. After Mr. Cabeza, we have from the Independent Drivers Guild, Aziz Ba, who's the organizing director, and Michelle Doughton, who is also an organizer, actually, with the IDG. Thank you so much. Good to see you both again.
Thank you.
Michelle, you can unmute yourself as well if you'd like. We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock, and I'm going to let you guys offer your testimony, and then I'll ask some questions, and my colleagues might too. Thank you. Welcome.
Sure. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, Chair Ramos and Chair Kennedy and Comey, senators, members of the Committee of Labor, Transportation and Corporation, Authority and Commission. My name is Aziz Ba. I am a driver and the organizing director of the Independent Drivers Guild. Thank you for this opportunity to testify before you today regarding the difficulties in the rideshare industry. I'm joined by Michelle Doughton, a driver and organizer who will also provide testimony. As you know, IDG is a nonprofit affiliate of the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers. And our organization represents over 80,000 FHV drivers in New York State and another 200,000 in Connecticut, New Jersey, and Illinois, all of whom are working throughout for the for-hire vehicle industry. The IAM is the only union that's to successfully organize Black car workers in New York City and has been doing so for over 20 years. As representative of New York ride-hail drivers, we are proud of our landmark victories, which put over $1 billion directly in the pockets of drivers. In recent years, we have organized to secure important improvement and benefit of particular importance to ride-hail drivers, including requiring a tipping option in the Uber app and suitable bathroom for drivers at the airport. Through organizing with our guild, drivers in New York have won the nation's first minimum pay protection for ride-hail drivers. We also secured benefit of particular importance to our sector through the Black Car Fund, including a death benefit for drivers killed on the job, free glasses and vision care, as well as the ability to connect with a doctor via phone or video 24/7. Senators, we have been through some tough time, to say the least. Over the past 11 months and counting, drivers across all our sectors, FHV, medallion, liveries, and some are some of the true unsung heroes of this crisis. A majority of our drivers were out of work for several months, and many are still are. The New York State Department of Labor mishandled, of course, thousands of pandemic and unemployment assistance claims, leaving our drivers stranded for months with mounting bills and no way to support their families. Some remain on the job, making what little they could, shuttling doctors, nurses, and other essential workers to and from work, and delivering meals to those in need. For a while, we did not have the needed support and protection, PPEs, cleaning supplies, vehicle dividers, extra. We all were given confusing advice and direction from all levels of government. Drivers were afraid to go to the doctor, to doctors or emergency rooms because they lack healthcare insurance. Some drivers got sick, some drivers died, some have to continue to suffer from depression, anxiety, and other mental disorders. Many drivers have been financially devastated, have simply left the industry, filed for bankruptcy, or are on the brink to doing so. This clearly highlights drivers' need for basic protection. What those protections look like is my question, the question of all drivers who are desperately looking for answers they can get. Drivers are looking forward to common sense measures that could help us avoid bankruptcy and be able to continue serving the city and state. When the city needs drivers, we always answer the call. This time, we need your assistance in fixing this industry to serve drivers better now and into the future. When all drivers turned to us for help, IDG filled the vacuum. When drivers were left stranded with no PPEs, yet called upon to deliver meals throughout New York City, IDG organizers hit the streets and handed out over 20,000 PPE kits. When drivers were struggling to understand the financial impact, IDG set up webinar meetings and one-on-one meeting to help drivers navigate the system. When leaders in a city told drivers to go to the emergency room, IDG organizers educated thousands of drivers about their free telemedicine benefits and save untold trip to the ER. As the pandemic worsened, IDG's one-of-a-kind mental health program designed by drivers was ready with our licensed social workers to meet the mental health crisis of drivers. Between psychotherapy session, crisis counseling session, and group therapy, we help thousands of drivers step back from the brinks. While, I know my time's up, just one more second. While business is down by more than 80%, you might have assumed that expenses would be proportionally reduced. That would be in a perfect world, but is simply not the case in New York City's rideshare drivers. Our largest expense, car payment and TLC insurance, are typically long-term contracts totaling more than $10,000 per year. However, when thousands of drivers sign our petition demanding insurance reduction or the possibility to buy into lower premium without losing their TLC plates, we asked city and state agencies for help. No one came to the rescue. For the majority of drivers who have been out of work for almost a year, that's a burden of at least $4,000 of insurance payment when we couldn't even work. As of today, most drivers are struggling to find out where to get thousands of dollars to pay the the required insurance policy renewal deposit. They clearly do not have. So this month of March right now, gonna be a very long month for a lot of drivers, and gonna see a lot of drivers either leaving the industry altogether or just filing bankruptcy just because they could not get that the money required for the deposit. So we are essential workers. We are real workers that deserve real benefits and protection. We are often caught between regulations, between city and state regulation. Drivers somehow always end up paying out of their pockets. We need a solution to our multiple issues today, not in years to come. When drivers' career can be ended by an unfair deactivation, a medical issue, or even a simple traffic ticket, they call for immediate action to our day-to-day well-being. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Aziz. Michelle, do you want to go? Can we
Hi.
get 5 minutes on the clock for Michelle, please? Thank you, gracias.
Good afternoon, Chair Ramos. Nice to see you again. And I want to actually thank you again for meeting with us, as we weren't really, did not have an appointment, but you were gracious enough to meet with us. Good afternoon, Senator Kennedy and Comrie. Senators and members of the committee, my name is Michelle Dotton, and I am a driver and organizer at the Independent Drivers Guild. I appreciate the opportunity today to testify on behalf of FHV drivers who are suffering due to the COVID-19 pandemic. First, I'd like to stress that I'm just a simple driver and organizer who's seen and heard firsthand from drivers what COVID-19 has done to over 80,000 FHV drivers in our industry. I'd like to think that there's always fairness when it comes to our industry. However, as I follow and advocate for the assistance, I see that concerns aren't equally given to all TLC licensed drivers, but there's a preference given to the medallion owners. Senators, my point is that all TLC drivers are suffering. Whether you are a medallion owner, operator, or a driver, for a base or an app company, all drivers need a city and state's help. Today, I'm hoping to shed some light on the hardships facing the FHG drivers on a daily basis. Being an independent contractor gives over 80,000 of mostly immigrant workers to earn an honest living and provide the average New Yorker with the ability to access an affordable car service. As a driver, I can say I was left feeling that our safety was not the first concern of the city or the state during the pandemic. FHV drivers risked their lives in order to continue serving New York during the pandemic, as transportation was an issue and essential workers needed to get to their destination safely. While doing their jobs, many FHV drivers contracted the virus, and some passed away from COVID-19. There wasn't medical coverage for them, and not being able to prove that they contracted COVID-19 on the job did not get any financial assistance. Let's take into account that those drivers' families lost the only income earner in the family and were left burial, death, and no way to feed their families. What I'm asking for today is debt relief for FHV drivers who are caught in long-term expensive financing and leasing terms that could no longer afford due to the lack of work. During the pandemic, a majority of the 80,000 drivers were out of work for months, and many are still. New York State DOL mishandled thousands of our pandemic unemployment assistance claims, leaving drivers stranded for months with mountain bills and no way to feed and support their families. During this time, IDG assisted FHV drivers with the filing of their PUA. Many FHV drivers are either owners or leases of their vehicles and bear the full cost of operating and maintaining their vehicles. I can go into details of cost percentages, etc. However, I'm a person who speaks from the heart and is very passionate about injustices within an industry. So I will leave the numbers portion to my associates. My question to you is, when you are considering assistance to drivers or a bailout, what reason would anyone have to exclude FHV drivers? Whether you are driving for a base or an app company, you are being exploited and the need of assistance is clear. Due to the many obstacles, some drivers have continued to suffer from depression, anxiety, and other mental disorders. Many drivers have been financially devastated, filed for bankruptcy, or simply left the industry. From the beginning, there should have been more of an effort from all levels of government to assist drivers in reducing or pausing their loans, leases, or TLC mandate insurance costs. FHG drivers have been taken for granted. The financial impact of COVID-19 is an overwhelming burden for all. Senators, I'm asking you to not put our FHV drivers who put, everyone first before their own lives. They worry about how do we still move New York and still provide a service during a high crisis moment. I'm asking for your help to not put our drivers aside, but to take them into consideration in whatever bill you put forth, to include that maybe their debt is not as high as yellow, but their debt still exists. And a lot of them are immigrants who provide for their families in their countries and here. And so as an immigrant myself, I understand and I relate. As a driver myself, I understand and I relate, but I'm asking for just fairness for all.
How many hours are you driving a week now, Michelle?
Right now, due to COVID-19, I'm not driving. The reason I'm not driving.
Pre-pandemic, how many hours were you averaging a week driving?
about 80 to 100.
And how much pay would you receive at the end of the week for working those 80 to 100 hours?
Anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000, but that was that's not with us having to pay our own taxes at the end of all of that.
So that's without taxes, without paying taxes.
Right, correct. Correct.
Okay. I'm going to take issue with something that you guys mentioned. You know, I don't appreciate the comparisons to what's happening to the Yellow Medallion owners because it's just not the same. You know, the way Uber and Lyft entered the market and were allowed to do it in an unregulated and unchecked way really did in many families of color, just like you and me, who, you know, put their entire life savings into these, you know, essentially small businesses and were duped because, you know, these companies came in a way that, you know, again, was largely unchecked by the city of New York. But I empathize with, you know, the debt and the condition that for hire vehicle drivers are in, especially now during the pandemic. And you know, something that we talk about a lot, of course, are portable benefits, right?
Right.
So, and I think that that's actually an area of agreement for us. Can you, Michelle or Aziz, or both of you, speak very briefly, because I have more questions, about what types of portable benefits your drivers would be looking for?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So as drivers, we are just looking for any kind of protection, being health protection, being medical protection, being anything that will allow me to function as a driver and be able to have safety, that safety net that will.
That's what I was looking for. I'm wondering then, because I know you guys are trying to negotiate some sort of sectoral bargaining model with other rights included. Is workman's compensation one of them?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be a good benefit for workers?
Workers' comp, I mean, is something that already exists, and I think, you know, expanding from that will be very helpful to make it better, to serve drivers better. So workers' comp is great. Healthcare, some type of retirement, right? Drivers work really hard and don't have any type of retirement that's waiting for them the day they can no longer drive, right? And sometimes drivers want to go on vacation and they need to park their vehicles, and they won't have any type of revenue, at least, you know, any revenue stream while that's happening. So all those are benefits that are like very important to drivers, and I think, you know, are crucial to kind of keep them going for a long term.
Now, I don't know if you were here earlier, or at least early enough to hear some of the testimony from our upstate cab drivers. I'm wondering if it's IDG's position, you know, because these taxi cab companies, the limousine operators in upstate, pay significantly more sales taxes than Uber and Lyft drivers do, or that the company does, because in my opinion, the company should, you know, than the regular cab drivers upstate. Do you think that Uber and Lyft should pay the same amount of sales taxes, the same rate as regular cab drivers do?
I mean, as drivers, we pay a lot of taxes, right? We are paying sales taxes, and we are paying also federal taxes at the end of the year. When
Do you know how much your members pay in sales taxes, or not your members? Sorry, I guess I'm more interested in the bigger universe. How much do Uber and Lyft drivers pay in sales taxes?
We pay 8.875.
8.875 million?
No, percent.
Oh, well, I know that. We all pay that sales tax, Aziz.
So yeah, like, yeah, on top of that, we got.
That's like, not what I meant.
No, I don't know how much they pay, how many million they pay into taxes, but yeah, we are all, that tax burden is still on us, and that really impact our bottom line. And
Yeah.
what's the best way to go about it? And I don't know. I think while we are working like with the stakeholders, like and other drivers, and also working with other other labor unions, to figure out the best way we can approach this issue in order to come up with a package that's very sustainable and will help drivers with long-term benefits.
You said other labor unions, which is very interesting nomenclature to me. How many dues paying members do you guys have?
We represent currently, as I say, about 80,000 in New York and 250,000 across 4 states. And yes, we are connecting with drivers to figure out the best way we could give them the assistance they need on their day-to-day basis. Because look, while we're here trying to which is great, trying to figure out all the issues and fix all the problems, long term, drivers need help today. And IDG feel that by giving them the protection they need today. And we are calling on everyone, all of you guys, to come join us in figuring out how to make that, how to bring that as more assistance to drivers. Because
so hold on, because I have a follow-up. So you're telling me 80,000 drivers, I would argue employees, are dues paying members of your organization, but that's not your only funding stream. How much money does Uber give the Independent Drivers Guild?
I think over 500,000 people dead nationwide. 28 million people.
No, that's not my question. My question is how much money does the company Uber, how much money does the company Uber give to the Independent Drivers Guild?
I'm totally getting to that question, right? 28 million people contact with COVID. Over 10 million people right now relying on unemployment. So COVID just set new realities. And when I came to this hearing, I'm really hoping to figure out what kind of sustainable solutions we can give to those drivers.
Me too, but unfortunately our hearing is not about COVID. So I'm going to ask again, because actually our time is up anyway, and I'm chairing this hearing. I'm going to ask you again, how much money does Uber give to the Independent Drivers Guild?
I think discussing about that will take away from the real thing that we are here today to put an impact.
At least you don't deny it, Aziz. That's good. All right. Well, thank you so much for testifying today. I'm sorry. Huh?
I say I'll be more than happy to touch on that in different circumstances, but I think here today, what we need to really resolve is, to acknowledge the driver's issue, and to figure out how to really bring.
That's part of the driver's issue, and I chair the Labor Committee in the New York State Senate, and I am the chair of this hearing. I have set the scope for this hearing, and I am asking you specific questions that will allow me and my colleagues to gather information to better design policy, not only for your members, but for all drivers. So in understanding whether you are in an independent organization, or you're calling yourself a labor union when you are funded by your employer, that to me is not right. So even though you won't answer my question, those are my thoughts on the matter. I don't think that is a model that actually works for working people. That is my opinion. But I am thankful for the both of you coming to the hearing and spending your time today with us to share your testimony. Thank you so much for being with us today. Do any of my colleagues have questions for the Independent Drivers Guild? No? All right. Well, thank you so much.
May I say something before, before we dismiss? A lot of stuff can be said, whether Uber gives us money, whether we take money from Uber, but what do you look at what we turn around and do for drivers? How many things we have been able to give drivers that they would not have gotten had we not gotten some help or some assistance, right?
Oh, I won't
It's not
debate
a matter of it going, whatever Uber gives goes back and turns around and help these drivers who need help, who need assistance, who need somewhere to
who need better pay and a real union, ma'am.
Well, that's what we're working towards, right?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for being with us today.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Let's see who else is next. Sorry, I got a little caught off guard there. Actually, those of us who have been sitting for a while, we have hit, we're 3 hours and almost 3 hours and a half in if we want to get up and stretch. In the meantime, I don't know if Antonio Cabrera is with us from the New York State Federation of Taxi Drivers.
No, Jess, I'm so sorry. He's going to be later on in the day, but
all right, no problem. Then we'll keep it moving because I do see Ira Goldstein, who is ready to testify. Just forgive me because I am going to get up to stretch for a few seconds, but for the sake of time, we're going to put 5 minutes on the clock, and Ira Goldstein can get started with his testimony. Thank you for being with us. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Ramos and Kennedy, and all the members of the Senate Standing Committees on Labor and Transportation. My name is Ira Goldstein, and I am the Executive Director of the Black Car Operators Injury Compensation Fund, which is a mouthful, or simply the Black Car Fund, as we have become to be known. I thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the black car industry, and I am available for further questions or discussion at the conclusion of my testimony or at a mutually convenient time. You may already be familiar with the Black Car Fund, but for those of you who aren't, the Black Car Fund was created by state statute in 1999 and signed into law by Governor Pataki with the purpose of providing workers' compensation to independent contractor black car operators in the state of New York. The statute covers all black car and transportation network or TNC drivers who are dispatched by one of our member bases. As mandated under state law, a base must become a member of the Black Car Fund if it meets the requirements outlined in the statute. Those are 90% or more of the for-hire business is on a non-cash basis, and the base owns less than 50% of the cars that it dispatches. Our income is solely derived from passenger surcharge, which is assessed on top of the total fare. It's billed and collected by the member bases and then remitted to the Black Car Fund on a monthly basis. Over the years, the fund has grown to over 400 member bases and collectively covers approximately 100,000 drivers. We're not exactly sure how many across the state of New York. In 2019, in a law sponsored by Senator Savino and Assembly Member Rodriguez, it was passed by the legislature and signed into law by Governor Cuomo. This bill formally expanded our statutory authority to allow the fund to use up to 0.5% of the passenger surcharge to provide additional health-related benefits consistent with our plan of operation. These additional benefits include access to 24/7 telemedicine coverage, a vision plan, dental insurance, access to urgent care and diagnostic imaging discounts, as well as prescription discounts and a mental wellness program, which was developed as a result of the rash of driver suicides in 2019. The fund also provides an additional death benefit of $50,000 to a driver's beneficiaries above what is mandated by state workers' compensation law if the driver dies while on a job. Drivers also have the opportunity to be paid $300 to take our enhanced defensive driving course, as well as an additional $150,000 to take a wellness class, which provides instruction on health tips such as stretching and strengthening exercises and nutritional tips specific to the health issues that arise out of being a driver. The wellness classes also teach drivers how to perform hands-only CPR and how to respond to an Amber Alert. Finally, in that class, there's an additional safe driving component entitled Share the Road, where drivers are instructed by Bike New York on the importance of sharing the road with cyclists and pedestrians. The fund is also currently conducting a telematics and camera pilot program to ensure that the fund has real-time notification of when a driver gets into an auto accident and the driver receives the medical attention that they need as soon as possible. There's often a significant lag time, so that's why we're trying that out and when we find out about an accident. The Black Car Fund has proven time and time again, when properly authorized by legislation, our model can provide large numbers of independent contractors with portable benefits. Our model is also scalable and can be used to provide any and all types of benefits as long as there is an auditable, excuse me, revenue stream and clear statutory authority. In New York, our model has created an invaluable safety net for drivers. Unfortunately, all the benefits in the world cannot change the fact that the traditional black car industry as a whole has been decimated by the COVID pandemic. Before the pandemic, the passenger surcharge on the black car industry resulted in monthly remittances of approximately $13.5 million, the vast majority of which is used to pay existing and future workers' compensation liabilities. When the pandemic struck, this figure dropped to a low of $4 million for several months, and in the past few months has only recovered to about $8 to $8.5 million. At the height of the pandemic, traditional black car bases were down as much as 95% in business, while the TNCs were down over 80%. Since then, TNCs have recovered, but are still down approximately 50% compared to pre-pandemic levels. However, traditional black car bases have not recovered nearly as well and are still down between 75 to 80%. Thank you once again, Chairs Ramos and Kennedy, and the members of the committees for providing this opportunity to testify. I will gladly and hopefully be able to respond to any of your questions you may have now.
Thank you, Ira. Thank you for your testimony. To start, I'm wondering what the breakdown of your membership is, because you do have black cars, but you also have some Uber and Lyft type drivers as well, yes? What's that
That is
balance
correct.
in your organization?
The breakdown, I would say based on the revenue, the TNCs represent a very large majority of the revenue coming in.
You might have to rebrand. We might have to rebrand the Black Car Fund then.
Well, we thought about it, but we do actually have kind of a national name recognition. We did consider that. So funny that you mentioned that, but I think we're safe staying with the Black Car Fund for now.
Can you expand a little bit on the solvency of the fund? I mean, you're paying out a lot of claims, right? We're going through these trying times. You've been very responsive to a lot of the drivers, and we thank you for it. But what does the financial future of the organization look like?
That is something, and I appreciate that question. The fund is extremely solvent. Right now, we just recently passed the budget for 2021, and we anticipate that we will have a several $1 million surplus. There's a few reasons for that. Even though we work on a surcharge, and as I testified, the revenue is down dramatically, so the surcharge revenue is down dramatically as well. However, there has been less claims coming in because there's less activity on the road, and also I'm proud to say we run a lean ship. So we have very low fixed costs. So we've been able to be agile on our feet and to be able to adjust to that. The other thing is that with the size that we now are, we've been able to do more in terms of hiring people in-house to handle things instead of using vendors. Examples are for upstate, we used to contract out to a third-party administrator to handle the claims. We now took that in-house. Part of the learning experience of this pandemic is that we've been able to work very efficiently from home for the large majority of the workers. So whenever we do something like that, or we've hired more nurse case managers that have to review certain medical portions by state law of a workers' compensation claim, we now use less vendors and we bring more people in-house that we're hiring as employees, and that has enabled us to keep our costs down. So that is something that we feel is so. Our financial situation is secure at this time.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have questions for Mr. Goldstein? Anyone? No? All right, well then you're free to go.
Let me off the hook. You let me off the hook easy.
I'm letting you off the hook easy. Did I just, Roxanne Prasad, do you have questions?
I was just telling him good to see you and thanks for all that you're doing.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I've honestly, I've heard from a few drivers, because of course, I mean, the reason I'm chairing this hearing is because, you know, I represent all sorts of different types of drivers here. And I know that your organization has helped many. So thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, and happy to talk anytime. We're always looking to expand. I will just, if I may, just put in a shameless pitch. That bill that was sponsored by Senator Savino and Assemblymember Rodriguez and Senator Savino has a sunset provision in it at the end of 2022.
We should
And
expand it.
we would love to extend it. We believe that we're doing good things, and we have a very scalable model, as I hopefully gave you at least a little bit of a taste of right now, and that really we would only be limited by the statutory authority. We have currently 32,000 drivers that are signed up for those additional driver benefits. So I think that it provides a really nice safety net for them to have that above and beyond whatever health insurance they may have. So I would just ask for your serious consideration in helping us get that extended at a later date.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Thank you.
Senator Ramos, I just want to reiterate what you just said, and thank you, Ira, and what Senator Prasad also said. And just look at, there are organizations that are doing right by the people that you serve and by the community, and you're one of those organizations. So it's nice to be able to work with you, and we certainly appreciate you taking part in this today and look forward to our efforts collectively together moving forward.
Thank you. We try our best, and we think we have a successful model. Thank you.
You're muted, Senator.
I'm muted. All right. Thanks for sticking with us. Up next, we have Felicia Singh, who most recently shared her family's story on social media and ended up getting lots of coverage, lots of amplification, because unfortunately, she is the daughter of a medallion owner who has now gone into bankruptcy. And I understand, I mean, I'm not going to tell her story. That's why she's here. But they're going through a really rough time. And I'm hoping that everyone can listen with a compassionate ear. Felicia? You want to wait? Hold on. We got to fix that clock. There we go. All right. Felicia, you have 5 minutes on the clock to share your story with us. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Senator Ramos, and to the committee for the opportunity to share my story, the story of many immigrant families. I'm Felicia Singh. I'm an educator and community leader in City Council District 32. However, today I am before you in my most proudest role as a daughter of a taxi driver. I used to roll my eyes when my dad told me that he came to this country with $25 in his pocket, the quintessential American immigrant story that is passed down from generation to generation. The sheer courage it takes to try to make it here with so little money seemed impossible, so I didn't believe it. Now, after he raised 3 children and attempted to own a small business, he can barely make $25 a day. My father is the eldest of 8 siblings. He came to this country for a sense of stability and financial security. After 35 years of driving a taxi and after 23 years of being a medallion owner, my father had no choice but to file for bankruptcy because of the medallion crisis. On February 5th, 2021, the bankruptcy court put a for sale sign on our house without any advance notice and verbally warned us that we had 90 days to reach a settlement or it will be sold. We only found out about the for sale sign when someone knocked on our door to ask for the price on the house. Our home is being taken from us because of its value, not because we foreclosed on our home. It's being taken because our court and medallion system is able to trade our debt for our home. My family and I are one of many families who are going to be unhoused as a result of the city and state's negligence. Let me remind you why this needed to be addressed a long time ago. Roy Kim, Nicanor Osher, Kenny Chow, Douglas Shifter, Fausto Luna, Abdul Saleh, Danilo Castillo, Alfred Perez. These are all the names of some of the taxi drivers who have transitioned by suicide. They were reason enough to do something. Governor Cuomo was quoted in the Daily News saying, "You can't say I charged $1 million for a medallion, and now I have an unlimited number of Ubers that have the same franchise and paid nothing." So he recognized that this was wrong and did nothing to regulate the system. The medallion system was meant to rein in congestion in the city by limiting the number of medallions and created an artificial market, which it then exploited to raise revenue. The city has made more than $855 million from taxi medallions and collecting taxes on private sales. Meanwhile, they opened the floodgates to Uber and Lyft, which eroded the medallions' supposed monopoly rights to conduct street hails. I want to hear the testimony of the people responsible, key elected officials on all levels of government, banks, bankruptcy courts, brokers, and city agencies. Key elected officials have failed to protect us for over a decade. Former Mayor Bloomberg once even said, and I quote, "I'm going to destroy this fucking industry." All of them guilty, and yet they are not the ones who are pushed to constantly provide testimony despite having what they've done to us. Since I testified at the New York City Council in the hearing by the Committee on Immigration, jointly with the Committee on Aging, Attorney General Tish James dropped the fraud investigation and charges against the city. Instead of stepping up, the city is stepping back. This is absolutely heartbreaking and disappointing because it demonstrated to our working class communities that they are not worth the fight. We need New York to believe and understand that New York Taxi Workers Alliance's plan to restructure medallion loans is right and just. Thousands of our taxi drivers are immigrants from Bangladesh, Dominican Republic, and other countries. The option to translate paperwork, online systems, conversations with court liaisons is often not offered. I've spent endless hours trying to navigate bankruptcy court proceedings and reading paperwork that we just don't understand. So we have 62 days or less to adopt the debt relief plan, or my family and I will be unhoused. And so many other families will continue to be at risk. Every day, I'm going to remind state and city legislators how many days we have left until we uphold the promise to center working class seniors and immigrants by giving us the debt relief we deserve. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Felicia. Thank you for your testimony and your bravery. I know it's not easy to expose, your family's dirty laundry per se, right? Being in such a precarious position, finding power in what you're going through, because highlighting those struggles will surely bring us to win for yellow cab drivers. Certainly is possible. How much did your father's medallion cost, and when did he buy it?
He originally bought it in 1998 for about $700,000.
Wow, my gosh, that must have been his entire life savings. I mean, he came with $25 in his pocket. Interesting. And is your father still driving his cab?
He is driving part-time with another taxi driver.
And how old is he now?
66.
So your father should have retired last year, by societal standards. I mean, given the economic condition, has your dad told you perhaps when he thinks he can retire? Will he be able to retire? Which is a question that we should never have to ask.
He will never be able to retire. There's no way, not in the bankruptcy proceeding where working class people have to present a settlement amount that we can't even ever see in our own bank account. We have bankruptcy courts who are forcing families to pay $250,000 as a settlement to get back their homes. That is what is being asked of us originally.
On top of the original debt, which is why you got into this issue to begin with. That's incredible. Would you say that then, of course, your dad was a victim of predatory lending? And can you talk about maybe, I know I sent you my bill for you to read. Do you honestly feel that the bill would be helpful to your dad and to folks who are going through similar situations?
Absolutely. He was a victim of predatory lending, like so many other taxi drivers have been. And two, I think your bill will be beneficial. I think our city needs to adapt Taxi Workers Alliance's plan to restructure at 125, like many of our my fellow families have been saying. I think the worry that I have as an individual and as a daughter is that we need to have a plan to how we're going to distribute this relief. We cannot make it another bureaucratic process where families are waiting another 3 to 5 years to receive that relief.
So no, I mean, the idea behind the bill is that, you know, folks like your dad would be able to restructure the loan, and, you know, the government would act as a backstop to that loan, but it would all happen individually, you know, in between the driver owner with the banks.
Yeah.
All right. Do any of my colleagues have questions for Ms. Singh? No? All right, Felicia. Well, thank you so much for stopping by and for sharing your story. I know it's not easy. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I look forward to working with you on this issue and others. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, thank you. Up next, we have Peter Mazar. I got it right. He's the general counsel at the Metropolitan Taxi Cab Board of Trade. Peter, thank you for joining us. We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock for you. And then once we hit play or go, you can begin your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Peter Mazur and I'm general counsel to the Metropolitan Taxi Cab Board of Trade. We're a 70-year-old trade association that has represented taxi cab owners, and since 2015 has operated a full-service driver center providing free legal services to drivers. We've represented drivers in 6,000 proceedings in traffic court, 3,000 proceedings before the Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings, and have made 400 appearances on behalf of taxi cab drivers in criminal court, all at no charge to the drivers, and we have provided them with $1.4 million worth of free legal services. First, on behalf of our members, I want to commend the State Senate for the work that was done last year in sponsoring and passing legislation which provided very needed reforms in the TVB adjudications process. Legislation that was approved last year will now streamline the process, and drivers will no longer face license suspensions or be deprived of their livelihood simply because they're unable to pay fines and surcharges imposed in traffic offenses. Also, drivers in New York City will, for the first time, be able to receive reduced fines and surcharges after their hearings. We applaud the Senate for taking the lead, and we look forward to seeing further reforms in the traffic court adjudications process. You've heard all the numbers today about how devastated the taxi cab industry has been over the last few years. First, because of Uber and Lyft and the competition from the TNCs, and then because of COVID. We know that we were transporting 500,000 passengers a day 7 years ago. We're now transporting 50 to 70,000 passengers a day. Ridership is down, money is down by 75 to 90%. Our drivers are not making anywhere near the money that they used to make. While taxi cabs are regulated locally, primarily by the Taxi and Limousine Commission, there's a lot that the state can do, and I would like to focus my time today on a couple of areas. First, the state has primary responsibility for licensing and regulating insurance carriers, including the insurance companies that provide taxi cab and for-hire and no-fault insurance. The typical taxi cab owner pays as much as $9,000 a year in liability and no-fault insurance premiums. All taxi cabs, other than as well as the vehicles that are licensed for hire by the Taxi and Limousine Commission, are required to maintain levels of over 300,000 in personal injury and 200,000 in PIP. This is a higher level of insurance than is required by livery vehicles elsewhere in the state. While most New York City taxi cabs are also required by TLC rule to maintain what is called double shift insurance. This made sense when taxi cabs used to be on the road 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now, the number of hours that cabs are on the road is a lot less than it was. And but yet insurance premiums have not been reduced. Few, if any, cabs are on the road 24 hours a day, but yet our taxi cab owners and owner drivers are still required to maintain, in most cases, double shift insurance, and they pay premiums that are 2 to 3 times higher than that's paid by the TNCs. The TNCs have a different system of insurance where they have levels of insurance based upon whether the vehicle is being transporting a passenger, whether it's en route to a call, or whether the vehicle is being used for personal use. We don't have a similar system like that in the taxi cab industry, but perhaps it's time that we look at that and see if that is possible. The time is right for a comprehensive review of the levels and types of insurance required for taxi cabs. In as much as this is the insurance industry is regulated by the state, it is definitely a state issue. And the Department of Business Services may be the place to look. The high cost of insurance premiums, the high cost of purchasing new vehicles, the lack of financing for these new vehicles are all significant costs to our members, significant costs to owner drivers, and are really putting them out of the business. There is no revenue coming in, and some of the major items of expense, in addition to the medallion loans, which you heard a lot about, the cost of insurance, the cost of new cars, and the complete lack of financing in that area. One thing I would like to touch on in my final seconds is I'd like to look at suggest that you look at a section of the vehicle and traffic law which provides for graduated penalties to our drivers who get bus lane tickets. The problem there is a driver doesn't drive the same cab every day. Drivers that drive different cabs are treated as repeat offenders because somebody else actually got their ticket. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today, and I would certainly be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Peter. Thank you for your testimony. Let's work backwards here. With regard to the VTL and these kind of graduated fines, that's not something we can fix at the state level, is it?
That's 1111A of the Vehicle and Traffic Law, yes. You authorized the City of New York to do camera tickets for speeding, camera tickets for bus lanes, and camera tickets for red lights. The bus lane, the speeding and the red light are not a problem because they have a set fine. The problem is the bus lane tickets. Bus lane is, I believe, the first offense, and it's assessed against the car. The first offense is 50, the second one 100, third offense is 150, and so on. It goes up to, I think, $250. Then I lease a cab from a garage, and I've never gotten a bus lane ticket. I get my first one, but they'll say, well, this is the 5th one against that particular car in the last year, so you're treated like a repeat offender. That's a simple fix, and that could be fixed by an amendment to the Vehicle and Traffic Law, simply to exclude rental cars, lease cars, and things like that from the graduated fine penalties. So there's ways to structure that.
I'm curious on how to structure that. I'll be honest, I don't drive. I'm someone who gets around by train, bus, my 2 feet, and occasionally an Uber and Lyft, unless I can hail a green cab on Roosevelt Avenue. So I'm wondering, I mean,
and yellow cabs?
I mean, I live in Queens, you know?
Yeah.
I don't have yellow cabs in Queens, but if I'm in Manhattan, I do hail a yellow cab every once in a while. I'm wondering, I mean, since it's come up, I mean, how do we get our cabs to respect the bus lanes?
Well,
because that's what we need.
Need enforcement. There's NYPD enforcement. Police officers write tickets. We adjudicate them. Some of the 6,000 tickets that we've adjudicated through our driver's center include bus lane tickets. There's fines. There's penalties. There's points that can be assessed. The camera tickets. The problem is that. There are ways. I mean, the Taxi and Limousine Commission can provide the state with the data. They know who's driving the cab, and they would know whether the driver has a first offense or a repeat offense. So, working with the City of New York, the Taxi and Limousine Commission, it is very doable for the driver to be assessed an appropriate penalty, so that the driver would be assessed based upon whether it was his first offense or driver's repeat offense. I'm not saying that drivers that have committed multiple bus lane violations shouldn't be treated
penalized
by a fine. I just say that a driver who shouldn't be given a higher fine simply because somebody else drove that cab before him and got bus lane tickets.
Got it. So it being attached more to the driver rather than the car itself.
Yes, I think we would say that.
Okay.
The driver is the one.
That's something I would like to work with you on. I don't want to take up too much time. I do want to ask, because you've been doing this for so long, based on your expertise, can you explain why most taxi cab owners, including many driver owners, pay insurance rates that are more than double than those than for higher vehicles than the Uber and Lyft drivers?
Well, the biggest problem is that the rates are, first of all, there are a number of problems. Number one is there's not a lot of competition in the for-hire insurance market. There are only one or two. There's basically two main carriers, and it's a niche market. The second problem is that because different drivers may drive, especially in a scenario of a business, a fleet garage, different drivers drive the same cab on different days. The rates are basically based on the driver with the worst record. And the other problem is that the requirement of the Taxi and Limousine Commission that any taxi cab that's not driven exclusively by an owner driver must have what's called double shift insurance. Double shift insurance means that the car is insured 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, as if it's carrying passengers all those hours, even though the vehicle is not on the road. There are very few cabs now that are double shifted. There aren't enough drivers. Cabs are basically out, maybe one shift, and most of them are not even out one shift. And then cabs that were not in service at all, there was no relief from the insurance carriers. There was some talk early on that some of the carriers might give a rebate. That just hasn't happened. I think we have to look at what kinds of insurance yellow cabs should have. And I think it applies to green cabs, and it applies to livery cabs as well. The kinds of insurance, is there a way to replicate the tiered system that Uber and Lyft and the TNCs are able to avail themselves on? We have to protect the public. We can't say that we want these vehicles to be underinsured by any means. The public is entitled to protection. Another area to look at is the excess no fault that's required on taxi cabs and livery vehicles. They have 200,000 in no fault instead of 50,000 that other vehicles carry. But that money, that extra no fault, is not available to pedestrians. So it has a minimal value. I don't know if that would have much of an effect on reducing premiums. I'd like to see more carriers come into the market. I think that would help. Competition is usually a good thing to get premiums down. I think we need some sort of the Department of Financial Services should look at how many hours these cabs were on the road, look at the losses and look at the number of claims that have come in over the last year, and see if some sort of insurance relief is appropriate.
Okay. Wow. Well, thank you, Peter. Sounds like we have a lot of work to do. Do any of my colleagues have any comments or questions? Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Senator Ramos. Mr. Mazur, great to see you here today.
Thank you.
And great testimony. I think is very informative, especially when you talk about those speed cameras in the bus lanes. There's no perfect piece of legislation, and I think that sounds like something right up our alley that we need to remedy. And we'd certainly look forward to working with you. And I, like Senator Ramos, am committed to helping you to make that happen. It sounds like there needs to be a way to identify at a particular point in time through whatever taxi cab company may be using those vehicles in the moment, which driver is driving them through some sort of listing. I'm sure they have all of that in-house. It would just be a matter of connecting the dots so there aren't people that are getting hit over and over with some sort of a fine that they actually didn't commit. So we will work with you on that. And as a chair of transportation, these things sort of come our way quite often. And it sounds like everything else that you've said, you've got quite a bit of other ideas about other initiatives that could be beneficial to the industry. So we look forward to working with you on those things. And my office will be in touch with you to follow up.
And we worked together last year on the reforms on license suspensions, and that was, I think we wound up with a really fine product at the end of the day. That's going to go into effect April 1st, and we look forward to seeing how this is going to work in front of Traffic Violations Bureau. And I think it's going to provide definitely needed relief for some of our drivers that are looking forward to having a fair hearing and before the traffic tribunal.
Yeah, you're referring to the driver's license suspension reform legislation that we passed, and that's going to help millions of New Yorkers get back on the road because they were being penalized for an inability to pay a simple traffic infraction. That was archaic, it was outdated, and quite frankly, it was a terrible injustice that we rectified this past year. And thank you for your efforts on that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us, Peter. Thank you for your time. Anybody else have any questions? No? All right, good. Well, thank you. Up next, we have Jose Altamirano, who is the president of Livery Base Owners. We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock for him. Mr. Altamirano, welcome. Thank you for being with us today. You can go right ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Jose Altamirano, president of the Livery Base Owners. I am a base owner in East Harlem of El Barrio Car Service and president of Livery Base Owners. The Livery Base Owners represents over 250 livery bases in New York City. Our members base approximately 150,000. We serve 150,000 New Yorkers each day across every borough except for Staten Island. On behalf of those bases owners and the drivers that choose to work with us and the customers that we serve, we respectfully submit the following comments. In 2015, the livery sector of the for-hire industry enjoyed over 29,000 affiliated vehicles. Our passenger profile are residents of the outer boroughs who may or may not speak English as a first language. Our bases are equipped to serve these passengers because most of our members are immigrants as well, and we come from the same community as our passengers. However, in 2014, with the entrance of what we now know as Transportation Network Companies, or TNCs, as COC has categorized them, high volume bases, these large corporations gobbled up market share and provided unparalleled financial incentives to our affiliated drivers. These high volume FHB services operate at a loss because their goal was to eliminate other competition here in the city. As a result, after 7 years, the number of affiliated vehicles in our sector has dropped to approximately 8,900 vehicles. The mainstream media has focused on the depreciation of the yellow medallions and difficulties and the challenges that part of the sector has faced. It is our belief that having dropped approximately 71% in vehicles, our sector of the industry has suffered just as much, and if not more. In the last 6 years, our bases went from 494 to 340. We have lost 154 bases in our communities. To make it even worse, the legislation that the city and state has made in the last 7 years has been a blanket approach on the entire industry instead of focusing on the high volume bases. Our communities, poor and working class immigrants and people of color, are the ones suffering from crumbling MTA infrastructure, service disruptions, irregular and inconvenient bus lines. I don't have to remind this body that most of the individuals we serve and represent are the same essential workers that kept the city open during the pandemic. Those communities are the ones who suffer when small bases are unable to provide a ride. Our bases are a vital part of the minority communities. There are 3 factors that affected our industry most over the TNCs, the CAB 2018, and COVID-19. Our most basic needs to continue to exist are the following items. Allowing our bases to add vehicles to replace the ones we have lost. Currently, the city has a moratorium on adding vehicles. This was put in place to control the explosive growth of the high volume bases. However, if you look at our sector of the industry, we used to grow organically 2 to 3% annually based on the needs of our bases and community. While congestion pricing phase 2 has been postponed, we hope that the state considers lowering the line from the current 96th Street to 59th Street, where phase 2 will also take place. C, making sure our sector of the industry is not included in the upcoming gig economy rules that are starting to form. Our sector functions with our drivers as real independent contractors. Drivers pay our base a small weekly fee, and the driver keeps 100% of what they make. D, MTA bus lane tickets are becoming a large hindrance to our drivers who wish to drop off our clients as close to their destination, particularly in our industry where we provide door-to-door service. Dropping off a customer in the street lane is dangerous for our client, particularly if the customer has any disabilities. We are looking to the state to help us continue to serve our communities and to help us remain viable. We do not want to be forgotten. While everyone focuses on the rest of the sector, our small livery sector is quickly disappearing.
Is that it? Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Altamirano, for your testimony. I am wondering if you can share what is it that makes your
I'm sorry, I lost you.
Senator, we can't hear you. I think your sound cut out.
Hello. All right. I think I'm back now.
Yes.
You're good now.
No, it froze. Yeah, it freezes every few hours. I'm so sorry. So I was wondering again, since I don't know what you heard, what you believe makes your livery cab drivers independent contractors? I'm also wondering if any of them are also Uber and Lyft drivers in addition to utilizing your platform.
So what makes them independent contractors in our sense is that our sector works a little differently, where a driver comes into our base and pays us a weekly fee. And that weekly fee, we allow them to take the calls from our base. So we are a dispatch base and we provide them with the calls. So as I provide them with the calls, and let's say a driver takes 5, 10 calls, whatever money he makes from that fare, he keeps completely. That's the main difference that we have with other services, where let's say a TNC takes a large percentage of that for themselves. We don't do that. We charge a weekly fee. And with that weekly fee, we allow them access to all our calls, and whatever they make, they keep 100% of that call.
But you don't contribute to workman's comp for them? You don't think they should?
We actually have a state insurance fund. The livery fund was a state law, and we pay into them for each driver that is affiliated with us.
Got it. And okay. And I'm sorry, did I miss how many of your drivers also do Uber and Lyft, if any?
I'm sure some do. I don't have that exact number because they are independent. We don't give them hours. We don't tell them when to come, when not to come. So I'm sure that some of them are on different platforms.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't have any other questions. Do any of my colleagues have questions? Anybody? No? All right. Well, Mr. Altamirano, good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you for the time. We appreciate it. We hope that you remember us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Let me see who we have up next. Sorry, I'm juggling a few documents here. Okay, so up next we have Dean Barr, who I see is here and hopefully listening. He is listening. Okay, good. Hi, Dean. Thank you for being with us tonight, I guess.
Thank you for having me.
I'm sorry, we started at 2:00, so I sometimes feel it's still afternoon. But thank you so much for being with us. We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock for you, and you can start.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, Chair Ramos, Chair Kennedy, Chair Comrie, and all the committee members for allowing me to join you today. My name is Dean Barr. I'm a data scientist and former Global Chief Investment Officer of Deutsche Bank. I actually live in New York City. I studied New York City economy and macroeconomic trends. And I also wrote a report published earlier last year on the state of the New York City taxi medallion market that began in 2019 for an investor who was at the time exploring a very large transaction with a government entity, but ultimately did not acquire those or other medallions or any loans against medallions to my knowledge. My testimony today is a short summation of that report, and I will submit the full report for the record. The report provides a very detailed analysis with very significant amounts of data that definitively concludes that, in my opinion, the taxi medallion market is extremely undervalued. what happened to the medallion market. First, I want to acknowledge the heartbreaking stories we've heard from drivers today. Their testimony is a chilling reminder that action definitely is needed. And before we talk about what action should be, it's important to understand the problem and how we arrived at this moment of crisis. For years, medallion values were stable at around $200,000. Drivers were able to earn a reliable living. Owners and prospective owners were able to buy, sell, and transfer ownership easily based on clearly understood market forces, free-floating market forces. But in 2004, the city began issuing more medallions to raise revenues to counter budget shortfalls. This kicked off a decade-long sprint to purchase them. The city's handoff approach allowed for unscrupulous lending practices with limited restrictions or oversight. The market developed a fatal flaw. People began treating the medallion as a speculative asset instead of basing it on the value of a driver's earnings potential, and opting for short-term relief through potential cash outs that were offered by these lenders and refinancings as prices rose, leading medallion values ultimately to collapse. This story is very similar to the subprime financial bubble of 2007, 2008. Years of lack of credit discipline amongst lenders and misinformation and misunderstanding leading to risky borrowing to purchase medallions. This created a bubble which finally burst upon the pressure of a catalytic incident, in this case, the entrance of Uber and Lyft, which many of the respondents in testimony today have recounted. But unlike the banks, a decade ago, the taxi drivers never got a bailout. So what is a medallion worth today? The human cost of this market distortion and correction has been devastating. And while of course those struggles remain, in economic terms, medallion values have finally stabilized. The market has washed out. And there is a clear floor in place for distressed medallion prices. This should be welcome news for owner drivers and policymakers, because it means medallions are worth more than what some might expect. And it means brighter days are ahead as the industry and the city bounce back from the pandemic. Before the pandemic, the taxi industry was moving in the right direction. And my data showed that between 2018 and 19, the number of Uber and Lyft trips actually declined by roughly 30%, while taxi medallion revenue ridership both rose. In the last 5 months of 2019, taxi revenues actually grew by 10%. And while the pandemic disrupted this steady rise, it would be reasonable to expect it to continue once large numbers of customers and drivers are immunized and the New York City returns to pre-pandemic activities. I have thoroughly studied years of public TLC data and credit card transaction data. As a matter of fact, I've examined over 7 million debit and credit card transactions for Uber, Lyft, and the medallions, and using an income-based discount cash flow model. And all that means is income 20 years from now is worth less than it is today. Under very conservative assumptions, I found that a taxi medallion today is worth approximately $400,000. There's no doubt that the pandemic has created challenges for drivers and the industry as a whole, but I am confident based on this analysis, which was done over a very long period of time, that the industry can look forward to a strong recovery, and the data demonstrates that a medallion is still a very valuable asset for owner drivers. Avoiding another bubble and helping drivers. A proposal to essentially value all medallions at $125,000 poses tremendous danger to owner drivers in the taxi industry. I understand that the appeal of promised lower monthly payments, but this approach repeats the same fundamental mistake that led to this crisis in the first place. The industry cannot stabilize if medallions are treated as a speculative asset and its value is based on the principle that people pay for it. A medallion must be valued according to its objective value and income to support it. Continuing to undervalue medallions risks wiping out the equity drivers have already worked hard to build, and it could kill any hope of properly functioning medallion market because lenders are going to be unwilling to lend, deeming medallions worthless and harming drivers' earnings prospects. This industry is poised to transition from more than a decade of turmoil and instability to a period of medallion values stabilizing closer to their true value. And I hope that these goals of policymakers like yourselves will continue to operate with understanding this market will rebuild if given the proper attention.
Dean, thank you so much for your testimony. It's very interesting to me because, I don't know if you've had the opportunity to read, my proposal, the bill that I've introduced in order to help medallion owners, and some folks who disagree with me and don't support my idea, largely say that one of the issues with the bill is that it sets a floor for the value of the medallion, which is largely arbitrary. And you're actually telling me that you have science behind the fact that we are actually chronically undervaluing our medallions, which is very interesting.
So Senator Ramos, on that point, the issue at the end of the day is there's three really significant constituents that are at the table on this decision and this discussion. One is obviously medallion owners. So one of the problems with establishing 125,000 is what about the medallion owners that bought these at 700,000 and actually now own them outright, and now tomorrow we'll realize that these are now worth 125,000. What happens to them? The second is ultimately, if you're going to have a properly functioning market, you're going to need essentially lenders and capital markets in the marketplace doing proper underwriting. And the only way to do that is to provide incentives for them to do that. And providing 125,000 when these medallions are clearly worth a lot more than that is a significant disincentive, for these groups to participate in the market. So I do think that there's a better answer. If I had to throw a value out, I think 250,000 is probably more appropriate from a restructuring standpoint. And the reason I say that, Chair Ramos, is that if you looked at the transfer price, $700,000, which was the average over the last 15 years, and the financing costs on that 700,000, that's $35,000 a year against the actual medallion owner versus 250,000, which actually would be a much more manageable and actually provide for a significant cushion for the actual medallion owner. So listen, the issue is how do you triangulate and create incentives for all sides to actually win in this one? And so and I know you're trying to do that, and I appreciate the policies you're trying to essentially institute.
All right. Well, thank you, Dean. I appreciate all of the work that you've put into trying to figure out this industry for which there's actually not that much data available. So being able to create reports and this information for everybody is very helpful. Do any of my colleagues have questions for Mr. Barr?
Yes, thank you, Chair Ramos. Can you send us that information? Have you sent us the information? And what do you think the value of a medallion is today?
So Chair Comrie, I believe the medallion, based on my work, which was done over a very long period of time and based on a lot of data, is worth between 250,000 and 400,000. And that's just based on the income potential of a driver. And
you think that even in this market, a medallion is worth up to 400K? Now, but what about the people that overspent on the medallions? Do you believe that there should be some kind of opportunity for them to get relief for those, especially those that got into subprime some predatory loans?
yes, I think there should be restructuring. There should be restructuring back to a $250,000 level, which from wherever they came from. I also have another idea to float to the committee for your consideration, which would be actually the government providing equity down payments for medallion purchases. So instead of essentially borrowing and guarantees, it's actually allowing them to essentially take equity and purchase these medallions in an appropriate manner with proper underwriting positions. But I totally agree that these should be restructured.
Can you explain that? I'm not a banker. To add to it, where would the equity be generated from? The city itself?
So I think I would recommend that the city provide, because the city essentially is responsible for oversight of what happened in this debacle, quite frankly. And to me, if there was a fund set up where drivers could responsibly take down equity provided by the city, in other words, it's basically a grant of money to allow them to purchase a medallion. And then if there is some kind of interest payment, it should be nominal and very small. But I think providing that kind of relief would be very powerful for the marketplace. And I wanted to make sure I mentioned it because I think it would be a very interesting incentive.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. All right. We can send us the information on both. We'd very much appreciate it. Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator Comrie. Any of our other colleagues interested in asking questions? No? All right, well, you're off the hook, Mr. Barr. Thank you so much for giving us some of your time, and we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, up next, we have Nicole Jalinas, who is a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. And Nicole and I don't always agree on everything, but she has been working a lot on transportation issues, many different ones, and she's here to
I think you cut out.
I froze again.
Yes.
I froze again, didn't I? Well, I was introducing Nicole. Welcome to Nicole Jalinas, who's a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. I think I even mentioned that, Nicole and I don't always agree on everything, but she has been doing a ton of work on transportation for a while now. So we appreciate her taking the time to come share her thoughts with us. And we already have 5 minutes on the clock. So Nicole, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson Ramos. I certainly appreciate your asking me to come and speak this evening. Good evening, Chairpeople Comrie and Kennedy. It's always nice to see you as well. So yes, I agree with what a lot of Mr. Barr said. I do not think that driver owners should bear the full burden of the shakeout in this market over the past decade in the value of the medallion falling from over $1 million, as you note in your reports, to well under 100,000 at this time. However, I do not think it is a good idea for the state to directly intervene in helping to set a price on the medallion and prop up the price of the medallion. This would set a disturbing precedent in terms of intervening in asset valuations in what is supposed to be a private marketplace, and would set a precedent at a time when we may be looking at significant declines in the value of other New York City-based assets, including the value of commercial real estate in Midtown. However, and by the way, greetings from empty Midtown Manhattan this evening. However, there are other ways in which the state legislature could intervene and use its regulatory and taxation fee-making power in order to help the driver owners of the yellow cabs. And these mainly center around congestion pricing. If you think about the reason why the city implemented the medallion system nearly a century ago, it was to solve two problems that we still have with us today. First, you can't have an unlimited number of for-hire vehicles trawling around core dense Manhattan looking for a finite number of fares because it causes congestion. The second thing it causes is a race to the bottom on the money that each driver can earn. And of course, these issues came up in the Great Depression in the 1930s. Too many drivers looking for too few fares pushed down the price of the fare, so the drivers were making less money. So the city implemented the medallion system. The medallion system could be thought of as a crude form of congestion pricing. You buy the medallion for the right to pick up people in the densest areas of the city. Again, one of the reasons for doing that is to control congestion. So what are some ways we could use the less crude versions of congestion pricing to try to give back some value to the medallion owners? First, the $2.50 fee that was imposed 2 years ago on $2.75 for the Ubers and Lyfts and $2.50 for the yellow cabs in Midtown Manhattan and north of and up to 96th Street. Rebating that fee to the yellow cab owners on an average of 200 rides a month, which is obviously not the case during the pandemic, but was before the pandemic, that would be worth $500 to the driver owners every month. So if the state legislature were to consider rebating that fee for a 10-year period, that would be a value of $60,000, a value that only the yellow medallions would capture. So that would effectively add back a $60,000 value to the yellow medallion. The second thing is, as we or if we go into phase 2 of congestion pricing in levying a fee on all vehicles crossing into Midtown Manhattan, and eventually going toward a vehicle miles traveled fee in Midtown Manhattan, exempting the yellow cab driver owners from that fee again for a decade would be worth $70,000 to the yellow medallion. So those two things get you to $130,000, which, as Mr. Barr said, there was an overvaluation in this market, quite probably before Uber and Lyft came onto the scene, but a big part of the erosion in the value of the medallion came from the city's failure to regulate Uber and Lyft, to recognize that these companies were effectively doing street hails, which was a regulatory arbitrage that meant that they did not have to abide by the same regulations that the yellow cabs that already paid for the purchase of picking up the street hails had to abide by. The final thing is that the city, as it remakes some of the streets to prohibit passenger cars from driving down some key thoroughfares of New York, could have an exemption on some of these avenues where yellow cabs could do very quick pickups and drop-offs, no cruising and no dwell time. But all of those things would add back some value to the medallions.
Thank you, Nicole. I was in fact going to ask, how it was that we could restore the value of medallions. I mean, because I think where we can agree is that what we don't want to encourage is another speculative bubble. That does not work for anybody. That's what gets us into these messes every few years in different, industries and ways. So I did want to ask, do you think the lenders should share in any of the financial responsibility in the predatory loans that they provided?
Yes, this is or was asset-based lending. The lenders should have known that the value of the asset can fluctuate, it can go down, and it is at risk. So yes, the lenders should write down the value of the amount owed against the medallion. In return, I think the lender should get a small equity stake in the medallion. If the lender writes down the value of a loan from $700,000 to $150,000 or $175,000, to use the example in your bill, perhaps they should get 15 to 25% equity stake in the future value of the medallion. So if the medallion does rise in value to $400,000 to $800,000, the lender would recoup a small amount, but not the entire amount of their loss.
That's very interesting. I actually thought of another question. I do still have some time. Going back to the ways in which we can restore the value of the medallions in a responsible way. One of the key differences, I think, for yellow cab drivers is the fact that they can't also have Uber and Lyft. Unlike green cabs can do Uber and Lyft, but yellow cabs are prohibited from doing this. Do you think that yellow cab drivers should be able to utilize the Uber and Lyft platforms as well?
I think that they should, but I think over time, that would not help them. That would just further erode the value of the yellow cab, because it then introduces issues of, should they then have to follow all of the other regulations that Uber and Lyft are now following on issues such as if you own the medallion as an owner driver, but you rent the medallion out for shifts, should you have to abide by the minimum pay regulations, for example, that the city council put into place 2 years ago. So certainly I would give them as much flexibility and let them decide, but the more that we make the yellow medallion into just a differently painted version of the Uber and Lyft, the harder it is to recover the value of the yellow medallion. I mean, this was a very unique value in being able to pick up a passenger, no friction, no wait time, having no idea who the passenger or the driver of the cab are on either side, only works in certain areas of the city, the densest parts of the city. But I believe that it does still have value just to put your hand up in the air and hail a cab and not have to worry about signing up for an app if you're just doing this once in a while, making a spontaneous decision. So we don't want to erode that more than it's been eroded already.
Well, I'm glad you said that, and my apologies, especially to my colleagues, because I know my time is up, but I have another question. I'm the chair, and I'm going to take a point of personal privilege. Sorry, what you just said is actually really interesting. I feel that culturally, hailing.
And I don't want to step on anyone's toes, but I can no longer hear you.
She froze again.
Yeah,
she froze again. I'm sure she'll be back in a minute. But
Can
can you send us that information, Nicole?
There you are.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Oh God, did I disappear again? No.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. Am I back?
Yeah, we lost you right after you said you had
sorry.
another question. So
Yes,
everything. after that-
sorry. I'll get to it. So I think culturally, people are less inclined to hail cabs outside, and I think that younger generations can't even identify, like don't even really, identify with the concept of going outside to hail a cab. And I wonder if at some point, do yellow cabs, as quintessentially New York, a New York thing as they are, do they become obsolete? Right. And do you help the current drivers, achieve some sort of financial solvency for sure, but ultimately let them, kind of die out by attrition. So that, and I mean, I'm just, based on conversations I've had with many types of people, is that something that could be, is that something that could happen, that is feasible, that should happen?
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure that we're at the point, or that we will be at the point, where the idea of raising your hand and hailing a cab without having to even think about it is something that is obsolete. I mean, it may be, as you say, a generational issue, but the older generation will be with us for quite a while. People, hopefully, once we've reopened the economy safely, seeing a Broadway play or coming home from a ball game, hopefully you still have people that say, you know what, it's a little too cold to walk, or my shoes hurt, so I'll just stick my hand up in the air and see if a cab comes by in 30 seconds without having to worry about, is the wait for Uber and Lyft 5 minutes or 10 minutes? What is the surge pricing look like on Uber and Lyft? So I wouldn't want to accelerate that process. I would hope that there is still some value there. But if we were going to get to that point where the city wanted to extinguish the yellow cab medallion system, I think the city then would have to figure out at what price would the city buy these medallions back and extinguish the regulatory system that existed for 70 years or 80 years.
No. All right. Well, thank you. This has been a really good conversation, Nicole.
Likewise.
Do my colleagues have any questions for Nicole?
Some really good ideas as usual, Nicole. I look forward to vetting them some more with you. But I have to run. I'm supposed to co-chair another meeting, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Comrie.
Thank you for spending your day with us, Leroy.
Always. Thank you.
Thank you. Senators Kennedy, Prasad, any questions for Ms. Jalinas?
All set. Thank you very much for your work.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you so much for
thank you again.
Us. All right. And up next, I don't see Mr. Cabrera, but I'm told that he's here with us. Antonio Cabrera.
Hey, Senator. Unfortunately, he can't seem to log into Zoom.
Carmen Jimenez, I'm here on his behalf. He's having issues with the
All
internet.
right. Well, then that works out. Carmen Jimenez. Thank you so much for being our last testifier and closing us out. We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock for you so that you can
Not a
share
problem.
your testimony with us. Thank you, Carmen. You can get started.
Sure. I'm talking on behalf of the New York State Taxi Federation of the taxi drivers. And we lost so many lives in 2020. We have a lot of drivers that unfortunately, they gave so much to New York City, but unfortunately, we feel that New York forgot about them. And we're having a lot of issues to get appointments for the vaccine. And I would like to see this like in a special line, the same way that we treat, health workers and senior citizens. We need to do something about helping our drivers so we don't lose any more life, because it's really hard to get an appointment for them. We try very hard, but it's getting even really hard every day. And I would like to see if there's anybody who could give us a help and could give us a hand to see if we could help the drivers so we don't lose any more life, because we're forgetting New York is forgetting all our drivers. And also I would like to see, when it comes to Taxi Limousine Commission, they're having a lot of frustration. Taxi drivers, when it comes to renew the plates, what we call the permits, the vehicles permits, they're having a lot of issues. That days goes and day comes and there's no answer. They called and it's getting really tough. And when they don't have their appointments, there's no way that they could go out and work and bring, food to the table. It's getting really hard every day. And we are very, very concerned. And we would like to see if there's any way that could be like in a special line, online, any help, because things are getting really getting sad, and drivers are suffering everywhere.
Now, Carmen, would you say that your livery car drivers are independent contractors or employees?
They're independent contractors, but even though they're independent contractors, like we are a team that we need each other. Car services need the drivers and drivers need the car services.
Right. Do you know how many of your drivers also utilize the Uber and Lyft platform?
I'll say like a lot of them do it. A lot of them do it.
Okay. Well, those are my questions. Does anybody else have questions for Ms. Jimenez? No? All right. Well, Carmen, thank you so much for closing us out. Thank you for your testimony. Please give my best.
But I would like to say one last problem that drivers are having.
Oh, okay, sure.
It comes like when they do the inspections. That's like when they do the inspection and they pass the inspections, they put on a sticker and they give them a paper what it says pass, the inspection pass. But sometimes there are little issues that the car has. Maybe it's missing a sign, maybe it's missing like little things, but the vehicle passed the inspection. But unfortunately, we have a lot of taxi drivers that they don't speak English.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And when they don't read what really says, they only see passed, they get charged $50 every day. They don't bring the vehicles to Taxi Limousine Commission. And that's killing them. Even a criminal don't get charged that much every day. And a hard worker person getting charged $50 every day for something that it's not that they don't want to do it, it's because they are ignorant of that situation. And I think it's unfair to do it. And especially at this time that people are struggling to survive. And I would like to see what we could do about that situation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that's definitely something I think we can all agree we can work on. We definitely want to help drivers, and this is why we've held this hearing today. I want to
Thank
thank
you.
Carmen for taking the time. I know, in the evening, it's very hard to find the time to do these things, but it's just so necessary that we get all of your comments on the record, so that we can recognize the struggles that our drivers are going through and hopefully continue working to find the right solutions. So thank you, Carmen, for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much, and have a great night.
Thank you. You too.
Thank
All
you.
right. Well, that concludes our hearing. We have been together for 4 hours and 40 minutes. I want to thank Tim Kennedy, State Senator from Buffalo, who has been a trooper. He chairs the Transportation Committee, which I am a member of. We've been working very closely, and of course with Leroy Comrie, State Senator also from Queens. He chairs the Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions Committee. And so the three of us have really been laser focused on this issue, figuring out the best possible course for this bill, and bringing relief to our drivers as soon as possible. I also want to thank State Senator Roxanne Prasad, who has been a trooper. She's been with us all day today. And we were also joined earlier by Senator John Liu and by Senator Anna Kaplan. Thank you so much to my colleagues, and a very big and special thank you to my staff, to Samantha Acevedo, to Julia Simcoe, to Nathan Berger, to Esther Rosario, and everybody who worked on this. Thank you to the central staff. I think this is, a hearing that's the first of its kind, and hopefully we're going to find a way to bring these folks back into financial stability, so that they can keep their homes, and they can keep providing for their families. We're here to help working New Yorkers. And again, just thank you for spending your time with us today. I know it's been a long day. Have a great night, and we'll see you soon. Bye, everybody.
Good job. Good night.